Business and life in general has become increasingly dependent on the internet. We can't spend a day without going through a multitude of web apps or mobile apps. As a result, the internet realm has become a battlefield for all enterprises. However, the only way for a company to ascend to the pinnacle of success is to provide users with an engaging and desirable user experience. And that's where the concept of user interface steps in. User interface creates a layer of interaction that appeals to the human senses and makes them use the company's product more often. Now, to get this done, there are a multitude of designing tools out there. But the one that's more close to designers of this age is Figma. Figma provides an awesome platform where UI/UX designers and developers could collaborate to create compelling software products. And with today's session, we are going to touch upon all the powerful features of Figma. But before we go ahead and do that, I would like to ask you guys to subscribe to the Intellipaat YouTube channel so that you never miss out an update from the Intellipaat YouTube channel. We will all begin this session by introducing ourselves to the design tool Figma. After that, we will understand the interface of the Figma and how can you create and organize files in Figma. Next up, we will discuss design basics, creating and customizing shapes and frames in Figma, and concept of color theory in Figma. Once done with these designing concepts, we will go ahead and see how to design interface using Figma, the function interfaces available in Figma, as well as advanced design technologies towards the end. I hope the agenda and pointers are clear to all of you guys out there. So without wasting time, let's go ahead and get started with the extensive Figma session.
Almost every person is online right now, either on desktop or mobile phones. The comfort and accessibility of mobile applications are the main reason why opting for mobile over desktop. In 2018, the number of mobile apps downloaded worldwide was 205.4 billion, which is expected to reach 258.2 billion by 2022. This shift made UI/UX designing an integral part of any product-based company. UI/UX design is a science that works on improving the user experience and usability of the application. Almost every company, including Facebook, Amazon, and Google, invests heavily in it. UI design is the process of transforming wireframes into a polished graphical user interface. This both enhances a product's usability and creates a connection between the end user and the product. A user experience or UX is therefore made up of many user interfaces, which come together in a seamless flow to form a product. The difference between user experience and user interface is that UX is about the experience a user has with the product or service, while UI refers to the aesthetic elements by which people interact with the product. And UX focuses on interaction design, wireframes, information architect, user research, and scenarios. UI focuses mainly on visual design, colors, graphic design, layouts, and typography. Despite the differences, UI and UX are not entirely different. Both UI and UX are crucial to work closely to determine how a product will function and be visually attractive, with each other influencing the other. Imagine you spend months creating a beautiful website only to get the result that people can't find what they're looking for and struggle to navigate. No matter how attractive and aesthetically pleasing the interface is, without user experience, users will become frustrated because of its lack of usability and will leave your site. The role of a user experience designer is to understand the customer's journey. That means understanding the target audience, interviewing customers, defining user flows, and conducting user testing. A UI designer's job begins where UX designer's job ends, and that is at the prototyping stage. They take the wireframes and add visual design to make them more usable, aesthetically appealing, and optimized for different screen sizes. The starting salary of UI/UX designer in India is 10 lakhs per annum, and once you gain experience, it will be in the range of 18 to 25 lakhs per annum. And similarly, in USA, the average salary is $100,000. There are over 1 lakh jobs available related to UI UX design just in India.
So first thing first is that if we go into Figma, I think this is something which everyone knows, that Figma is a cloud-based software, and Figma has its presence in cloud as well as in as a web version of the app. And I think all of you must be knowing that Figma, there is also a Android app for Figma to test prototypes. So you can install that Android app and then you can test your prototypes in your mobile phone, right? So what are things that they're like setting a Figma account, creating workspace? So one, because it is an advanced class, so I want to share the class one advanced technique which will help you not to pay for Figma. So the technique is that, like, if you know about Figma's homepage, this is where you see we can create a new design file, or we can create a new FigJam file, or we can import a file. And these are basically my draft section. So whatever you see here are my draft files. Now draft files are basically infinite. You can create an infinite number of draft files. And if you go into a typical draft file, say I created a draft file, and how do I know that this is in draft? Because it is in draft/untitled, and I can name the file as test. Let's write it test1. If you see this particular project test1, I can keep on adding number of pages, and then there is no limitation to it, right? But what happens is that if I create so many test project files, then at one point of time your draft becomes extremely untidy, because this is how Figma's pricing was designed. That Figma was never designed, user was never given a chance to actually, have a elaborate sort order or grouping order of draft file. So they expected that designers will be overwhelmed, they'll be happy to create a lot of files. And then when they create a lot of files, what will happen is that this particular place, draft, will become cluttered, and people will like to organize their files. So to organize their files, Figma created a concept called team. And when you go to team, this part, if you create a new team, the first thing is that we write the name of the team, that this we name as capstone project. So imagine a concept where you will soon face when you will create your capstone project. Let's say capstone projects, right? Create a team. And if you're doing the project on your own, then it's okay. But if it is a group project, then you will write the name of your collaborators. That maybe person 1, person 2, person 3, or maybe more collaborators are there, or I can skip it for now. Then this is where Figma asks money from me. This is the pricing plan of Figma. And what it says that for starter teams, I have 3 files, 3 pages, and 1 project. But if I'm a professional, I can get unlimited file, unlimited pages, unlimited project. So if I choose a starter page, so this is capstone project, and right now this is a team project. So I get only 1 team project, by the way. But here I have not created any project right now. I mean, there is no actual Figma file inside it. So I create new project. Sorry, I come here, I go to team project. So this is my team project basically, and I can, I can go to Prantik Banerjee. I can, I go inside this team project, and I can create 1 design file, and this design file is called capstone project 1. So this is my first project. Then I create another design file, which is called capstone project 2. So we talked about creating 3 capstone projects. The next one is called capstone project 3. Perfect. I have set 3 projects. Now it can be a health app, it can be an app related to maybe an e-commerce app, it can be related to a portal for booking flight tickets, whatever. 3 projects that I'm doing. This is my portfolio. Now I go to the first capstone project. Here I start with my introduction. So this is like overview of the project. Then I create the second page as research and user insights. Perfect. Then I go to the third page. I create directions and explorations. Then I try to create, okay, low fidelity flow. My God, Figma is asking for money. Then what do I do? How do I organize my file? I'm in a big problem now. So what I do is that I compromise. I write it as my designs. I call it as research. I call it as explorations. But there is a way you can actually tackle it, and it's a hack. Now, what we can do, so this is a limitation, right? If I want to organize my files in teams, then this becomes a limitation. And this is where Figma is asking for money. Now, why is it important for people to put their projects in teams? Because in teams, you can actually, imagine like this is my team, and I have lot of projects. Like I have projects related to my maybe all e-commerce explorations are here. All like health related explorations are there. All B2B explorations are there. It helps you to organize. Imagine you have these kind of project headings, and inside you have n number of files with n number of what do you say pages inside. So all these things are very important for organizing your file. And why it becomes even more important in an enterprise scenario. Let's imagine, suppose you are working in what is it called, that 99 acres company, I think InfoEdge. Yes, suppose you have joined InfoEdge, and InfoEdge has shadi.com, InfoEdge has 99 acres, lot of things InfoEdge has. So you will be in a particular project, you will be under that, you'll be part of a team of say backend experience. Under backend experience, there will be multiple projects. Under multiple projects, there will be multiple files. Under multiple files, there will be multiple pages. So for an enterprise, if you are opening your design studio, or if you are creating a freelance project, there is no way you cannot escape this. But there is a hack through which you can escape it with at least one project. You cannot create multiple projects. I do not have a hack for that. What you can do is that you delete this capstone project, you go to draft, and in your draft, like this test2 or test1, let me delete this. This test1, let's open. And here I can make it capstone project 3, right? And here I can add any number of pages I want. Let's add 50 pages. And once I have 51 pages, once I have 51 pages, what I'll do is that I will go to this drop down. I will go to move to project, and in move to project, I will move it in Prantik Banerjee's team project move. What just happened is that my, this particular team, this capstone project 3 now has 51 pages. Before, the free Figma was giving only 3 pages. Now you have 51 pages. And till Adobe fixes it, you can use it. So now you can organize at least one, like you can have 3 projects, right? You can have overview, you can have all those different sections, which in your interview you can take your the recruiters through. So overview, you can have research, you can have user interviews, you can have personas, and you share this Figma with everyone. So everyone sees the special sections, personas. Then you have information architecture. Because usually what happens is that when you are creating information architecture, you may go through into some exploration phase, and then the final thing will come. And then you will have, say, user flows, and then you will have low-fis, then you have high-fis, and then you will have say prototype, and then you will have testing, and then this is like learning. Once you are satisfied, you can put like this also as a page divider or something. You can add it, like add this kind of lines, and then you can add say exploration. All explorations you move it here, explorations, and then this is like iterations, right? And this particular page you can name it like this. And all these pages you don't want, so you can you have to delete it one by one. Yeah, there is no way you can multi-select, but you can delete these pages. So once you are comfortable with it, you keep 1 or 2 pages in reserve, so that but then I will show you what happens the other way. So basically you can delete all these pages. So this is a very, very important thing for managing your files. And this is something which you will not see in any tutorial, because I don't think anyone wants to promote it. This is some internal bug which is not fixed yet, or they want it to be like this. Then we have understanding Figma's interface, toolbar, properties panel, layers panel. In this thing, you might think that I know everything, but there are stuff which will happen that you have these many pages, and then you keep on creating explorations, and you start seeing a yellow message bar on the top saying that you have used 75% of the resources. And at one point of time, you will see a red message bar saying that you have used 95% of the resources. And after that, you will lose access to your file. Your file will become too heavy to open. So how do you keep track of that? It's like you go to file, you go to view, and you go to resource use. So when you go to resource use, this is something which opens on the left top. So total memory used in this file is 0.02 GB. And then there are 951 layers. So this gives you a summary of stuff which are used. See, I add one more frame here, one more resource added, 952. I create a copy, 953. Anything that you do here keeps on getting added here. And at one point of time, it becomes so many things. Like I have seen where it's 1 million or 100 million, and then this is like say 2 GB, and then it crashes because it is a SaaS software. It is not God. It is not infinitely strong, right? So you can keep it open again, file, view, resource use. And while you are keeping it open, you will be able to track your things, how things are going. This particular thing will go to the middle, and then it will again go beyond the middle part. This is where you should be careful. And if it is going closer to the danger zone, create a duplicate of the file, remove all the previous step, create version 1, version 2 files. Otherwise your work will be gone forever. Very important tip. The file needs to be extremely cluttered to get that yellow message bar, right? Okay, now we will talk about some foundations. I think all of you must be knowing about frames, right? And you must be knowing that frames are where we do our design, and we have so many custom frame sizes which we work on. If you're working on desktop, we can choose the kind of devices. We can choose, we can create our custom frames also. Like we can drag and drop, and this is where we can add, or this is kind of, I make it 1920, 1080. This everyone knows, right? Like this. But then there will be some kind of small tips and tricks which I will try to share. That this is my frame 1, and I copy it. This is my frame 2. I do Control D, frame 3, frame 4, frame 5. Now imagine that, and by the way, class, there is an example which I pull from a website called Page Flows. If anyone have attended my class before, they will see. This is a website where you see, all standard screens from multiple products someone has created. So you can go to desktop, and you can go to let's go to user flows, and maybe go to travel, Airbnb, booking a room on Airbnb. I'll put it here. So here the tip that I want to share to everyone is that sometimes you are working on multiple screens, right? Let me delete it. Let me create a simulation of a real world situation where you have, usually it looks dirtier, but this is a more or less real life scenario where you have so many frames, right? And navigating between all these frames, the one thing that all of you must be knowing is to keep your control pressed and zooming in like this and panning like this. So there are ways with which you will be presenting your design, and this is a very, very fundamental need that you will have to present your design while you are doing your job, while you are giving your interviews and all. So at times, in this particular flow, if you see, what happens is that if you have an interactive click through, usually what happens is that you go to the first frame, you go to prototype, you click on this thing, and then it's the entire screen that you're presenting, right? But then suppose you want to present your screen, like this by dragging. Usually while, we are in a design review, we usually drag and, show that from here, I click here, I come here, then I click here, this thing comes, then I click here, this thing comes. So sometimes in between a project, people want to focus on this screen. So you select this frame and you do shift 2. Shift 2 actually makes the screen fit to the design, like the workspace. You click outside, do shift 2, see everything. And then you click on one particular flow, shift 2, you again go there and start dragging. Then you click outside, that means nothing is selected, shift 2, zoom out. Right. Another thing is that control and backslash, if you do, it makes the whole thing full screen. So it's extremely useful for presenting. You can do control and the backslash, control backslash to bring it back and again. So control backslash, select a frame, shift 2. So now you can see your entire design can be experienced in a big frame. This is very, very important for manipulating or going navigation basically. So, and if you want to go back, you can again press control and backsplash. You can come back. So this is a way of how you can modify these things. Now another thing is that there is a process of creating a frame. I will create a frame like this. Maybe I will go 1920,080. Then I'll do shift 2. That means it is extend in my workspace. Now I can go to Unsplash, or I can select this copy image and I can paste it here, Control V. So it will be in this frame. So if you see in the layers panel, this frame is there, and inside the frame an image is there, right? But if I see from the other way around, like if I select this, copy this image, and I have no frame selected and I paste it outside, then this particular thing is actually without a frame. So are you seeing the difference? This is within a frame, this is outside a frame. So how do I put this thing in a frame? There are two ways to do it. I will show you the longer route and then the shorter route first. First is that you get the dimension. Once you select it, in the right hand side, you see the respective properties. So this is the properties panel. And here you see 1920,024. So what you can do is that you can create a frame which is 1920,024. 1920,024. And then you can drag it inside this frame. Right? So this is one way you can do it. The other way how you can do it is that you can select the image, right click, frame selection. It directly converts an image into frame, puts the image inside the frame, top align, left align, right align. right? So these are like some of the smaller finer nuances of handling your frames and these things on a daily basis, because at times you do not have the interface, you have just a screen, and you want to create a prototype through this link only. How do you do it? Just with images. So you have to create an image, take an image, convert it into a frame, and then start working on it, right? That principles of scale. So there are 5 visual design principles in UX. First one is scale, second one is visual hierarchy, third one is balance, fourth is contrast, and fifth is gestalt. So you may have learned about this. I have learned these things 20 years back, and still it's good to recap these things, because there is no end to dive into these things. There is always more to learn from these things. So the first thing is that the principle of scale refers to using relative size to signal importance and rank in a composition. So 2 ways to consume this information. First is that if you go to the first link, there is lot of detailed information. That this principle is commonly used. Almost every good visual design takes advantage of it. The principle of scale refers to using relative size to signal importance and rank. In other words, when the principle is used properly, most important elements in a design are bigger than the ones that are less important. How important is this statement? Now, when you are creating a design system and you are creating typographic scales, then the most important things become bolder and bigger, and the least important things start becoming smaller and smaller. So, and also CTAs are bigger, secondary buttons are smaller, link buttons are even insignificant. So the principle of scale is across everything that we see in interfaces. When something is big, it's more likely to be noticed, as simple as that. So a visually pleasing design generally uses no more than 3 different sizes. Having a range of differently sized elements will not only create variety, but it will also establish a visual hierarchy. Be sure to emphasize the most important aspect of your design by making them biggest. When the principle of scale is used properly and the right elements are emphasized, users will easily parse the visual and know how to use it. So medium for iPhone, if you see, popular articles are visually larger than other articles. The scale directs user to potentially more interesting articles, right? So then again, if you see this signage in this parking garage in Krakow, the most important piece of information, zone H, which is where you currently are in the parking garage, is the largest in size. So when you go to Pinterest and you search with, so like for example this particular thing, so this is something which which I haven't created yet in the class, but something which is related to scale. This is a very nice example, and we can see how we can leverage Figma to easily convert this thing. So keeping all these things aside, let's go into this particular example. So the first principle is scale. So when we go here, we will also go through a lot of Figma techniques also. So the first thing is that this particular frame size is 474, 677. So I can make a copy of this. I can right click, I can make it frame selection, and I can go inside and delete this image. So I can immediately get a frame, but the frame is the same color. It's a frame without a fill. So I can add a fill, and this is how I can quickly get a frame of the same size, right? Which we discussed before. Now, in order to have the same amount of, the same fill as this blue color, I will go to fill, I will select this eyedropper, and I can select this. I will do Control Z. I can also do I and select this, right? Eyedropper tool quickly. Now there comes 3, 2, 4. So I'll click 3 and I will make it bigger. Okay, like this. Make it bold. Try to find a font which is similar. My goodness, fonts are ridiculous. This one looks good. Shortcut to navigate through fonts. Just click on the font and up down arrow. Trying to find the closest one. Ridiculous fonts, anyways. This one, Hanuman font, bold. Okay. Then I select I, click here. First one is selected. As a UX designer, you will be working on pixels, and you should know what is pixels and what does pixel create. So let us understand this by going into getting any image, like say little bit of a different color will help. Okay, let's see this one, copy image and go here and paste. Right. Now see this particular image. When I zoom in, can you see all these small squares? All these small squares, each square is called a pixel. So when all these squares are placed next to each other, and there are a lot of squares, and we try to see it from a distance, our eye does not differentiate between all these small squares, rather perceive this image as this particular composition. If we go to like a bigger image, I can go to file and I can do place image. And if I go to downloads, there are some big images like this one or this one. Now this particular image is a big image. Now if I place it over here, see, this is a super big image, much bigger than this one. But what happens is that this particular image also, if I zoom in, I will see that it is made up of nothing but small squares. So what is same between these two images is that all these two images are made up of squares, small squares, which are called pixels. Those two make these two images as raster images. Now raster images are images which are made out of small pixels, and they have a limitation to scale, because if the image is small, let me get a 72 pixel image, a very small image like this one. If I copy this image, okay, this is also not that small. So the smaller we get images, yeah, this one maybe. Also a big low resolution. So the smaller the image is, the smaller in size, and you may have seen these problems happening, right? That if you take an image which is low resolution, a low resolution image is basically an image where you don't see these crisp details, you see rather pixels. So low resolution image is something which you should never use in your interface design. This is the first principle. And why images are low resolution or high resolution is because this particular image is 564 width and 659 height. That means there are 564 squares horizontally and 659 squares vertically. Together, this is basically the resolution. So when we say a mobile display is nothing but, say, iPhone 14. Basically, iPhone 14 will have 390 pixel horizontally and 844 pixels vertically. Whatever design you create will be within these pixels, right? Now let me give you an example of vector. I will use a plugin here for the sake of simplicity. I will use a plugin called Iconify, and we will learn about plugins in detail, by the way. But let's say we have this particular plugin, we have this particular icon. Now see, you might say that this is such a small icon, right? But this icon is not raster. This icon is vector. So if I select this, if I bring it outside, and if I select this thing, and if I scale it up, at no point of time, this small insignificant icon can be even much bigger than this image also. Yet you will never be able to see the small, the squares, because it is not made of squares. It is made up of a geometric, it's made up of an equation basically. So in 3D geometry, it is called NURBS. In graphic design, it is called vector. And this is how it is basically. So any one of you who has worked on 3D, you can understand that polygons are basically rasters and NURBS are basically vectors. And anyone who is not familiar with 3D, please forget this. You can understand that a vector image can be scaled to any size. It can be scaled down, it can be scaled up. No matter whether you are scaling it up or down, like I will give you an example. This image was so big, but if I do Windows Shift S, and if I create a screenshot of this image, and if I paste it in Figma, now see, this particular image now has become a low resolution image. So this is a low resolution image conversion of the same big image. Now both of them look similar, but if I zoom in, this starts exploding much before than this image. So I can use this low resolution image and put it in this iframe frame, in this iPhone frame basically. And because, so what happens is that if you folks have observed that this particular image height is lesser than the iPhone frame height. iPhone frame height is 844 pixel, but this image is 751 pixel. So if I stretch it, one thing you should understand is that the size of pixels is defined. So what happens is that the pixels are more visible now. That means you have created a poor interface. So whenever you are using this kind of full length background image, it can be illustration or anything, like while you are doing your capstone project, you will be doing, say, let's go to humans illustration. Let's go. This is a very nice plugin, and you can find a lot of nice illustrations. Like you take this. Copy image and you paste it over here, right? Now see, this is a small image, so you have to respect it. Do not scale it. If you scale it, it starts getting pixelated. Pixelated means this is what you will see in the interface. Will your users be happy? They will think that I'm paying 100 rupees a month and I'm getting pixels. But once you do not scale it in this particular resolution, you will not be able to see any pixel problem, because the size of squares of this image respects the size of squares of this screen, and they are meant for each other. This particular image, when we see, this is created of pixels. So there is no information of typography. Now you will ask me, whatever I type here, is it raster or vector? This is vector, because I can change the size to 4000 also. I don't know if Figma will take, but 4000, let me see. Yeah, such a big size. And yet you will not be able to see, never be able to see those squares. See, no matter how much we zoom in this corner, it will be always as sharp and crisp as it was before. Shift to the same shortcut. Now I go back, I will do Control Z, I'll bring it back. So that's why this particular frame, there is no way any plugin can detect the font from here. But there are plugins which we will discuss later on, that if you have a text which is still there, you can detect the font use. You can go to this drop down and you can see all fonts. Let me show masking, because masking is an important technique. Masking, what is masking is that, suppose you have a shape like rectangle, right? This is a shape. Now you have another shape which is ellipse. Let me color these things. Let me add these colors. Now when these two shapes, they overlap, then something happens is that I can use the shape which is behind to cut the overlapped area with the shape which is in front of it. So when I select both of them and I click on this particular middle icon on the top, which is called use as mask, then this is what happens. That means the intersection which was between the rectangle and the circle gets cut. Another example is that imagine we have 3 and we have this particular thing. It's like pathfinder tool, but Figma has a separate pathfinder tool also where you can unite shape, subtract shape and all. It's like masking. How in Illustrator also we have masking, right? It's in Photoshop also we have masking, same. So we send it to back. Now this text and this we will use at mask. So this is the overlap part is getting cut. So after I create the mask, if you see the layer looks like this, mask group, and we have this 3 and we have the rectangle. Now we select the rectangle and I can change the direction of this rectangle. I can even make the rectangle bigger or smaller like this. I can even rotate the rectangle. Here everyone. So this is 3. So before I take 3, the first concept of mask is that there are 2 shapes. So when these 2 shapes overlap with each other, then one shape is behind the other shape, right? It's an intersection area. What is the intersection area? Is this pizza. Now when we select both of them and we use mask, only the pizza is left. This has to be, this is a very, very important concept because the blade is behind the object. I mean, in a physical metaphor, when we are cutting a slice of bread, the blade is on top of the bread, right? But imagine you are cutting the bread from below, right? So this is the difference actually. And when I talk about, this particular composition, now you all must be thinking that, oh, now there is not much work left. So that's absolutely true. We create it, we cut this thing with a rectangle. Be mindful, send it to back so that this is behind it. Also, this is the area which is the intersection. So the intersection area should be this much, which we want to keep, right? And then I select both of them, I do mask. So only this is left. Now I create a copy of this. This is where the problem starts happening. You have to observe this frame 40. When I create a copy of this, the mask, this particular thing, you see this half moon concept, and these are on top of it. This is not how it should be. I have to, let's name this as 3 masked. Now what I will do is that I will right click and I will do Control C, Control V. So I have, sorry, not like this. I will go inside. I'll select these 2. I will do Control C, Control V. Now I have one more mask inside this layer. So I'll use the right arrow to make it move like this. And now I will go to this 3 and I'll make it 2. Like this. But unlike the other one, this is masked from both sides. So if you go to this rectangle has to cover both sides of it like this. So we can change the overlapped area. Now I select, these 2 things you have to select and use the arrow tool to move it on top of it like this. Then choose 2, I select this thing. So the color also change. Now we select rectangle and this 2, Control C, Control V. Another copy, select this 2 and rectangle and move them to the right. Move them little down also. Now select here, make it 4. With this 4, I'll use this rectangle to get, maximum of this, like this. Now I can select all these 6 things and move them to the right, like this. So I'll select 4 and I'll select I and select this. So the color also changed. Then I will use line tool to actually, create these vertical lines. Where did it go? Pen tool. Make it white color. Control X. Go to this, masked layer. Put it Control V. Now this is a very important thing, that this vector shape should not be part of a mask. This vector shape should be outside. Now see, the vector shape is outside. You can put it on top of the last mask layer also. Oh, there is a tendency for this thing to go inside. So now you have this line, you zoom in. Bring to front. And we have white color. Yeah, now you can see it. Make it 2 pixels wide. And I will make it little longer. Like this, right? What we are left with is, so with this, we will also learn about visual hierarchy. So as we learn about scale, but if you see, there are also different type of typography hierarchy going on, the size of this text and all. So let me select, one of these, circles. And in this circle, we will create a rectangle. And this is the overlap area. I will put this rectangle behind. Then I will select, let's select the circle and make it magenta color. I will do mask. So I am left with this. Now I'll go to the rectangle and I can make it, wider. If I press on Alt, it will go on both directions like this. So now I can select, both this mask group, Control X, and I can put it here. This mask group, I can put it over here. Okay, so this is a common thing that might happen, that it will try to enter into one of the masks. So this mask group has to be outside. Yeah, I mean inside this frame. Outside. Now it's inside the frame, but I can go to this mask group, select the ellipse, make it smaller in size. Like this. Then I can choose this mask group to be, like this. Take the rectangle. Select the ellipse, move it little left and right, like this, right? Even make the ellipse smaller also if needed, like this. Now all that is left is, these are like very small stuff left. So you can add the type faces. This is webpostsdesign.com. Size is too big. So if you have the mask rectangle of the thing, right? So imagine that this is the mask group. So I take it outside. This is the mask group, and this is the rectangle, and the rectangle you had a stroke. So the stroke will have an inside width or outside width. So it will not be, I mean, the stroke will not create any interference. You can have strokes also with the shape. Even the fill color of the shape will also not matter. You may not have a fill color also. Oh, fill color is required, sorry. But stroke is not mandatory. Stroke you may or may not have. It will not reflect. Right. So then this particular text, I will add it to this frame. And as soon as you add anything to this kind of complex frames, then this tries to go inside a, okay, what is a stroke? Sure, we'll see what is a stroke. Yeah, so this is T, and you can actually add fill color to it. Trying to show you the last part of it. Reports dash design.com. Now this particular composition, folks, this was a raster image, right? Now, but what we did is that we created a vector version of the raster design. So this actually changed our poster from a constraint of a small size to an infinite size poster now. Now we can make this poster super big. I'll show you how. So typography.design.com will make it 10 size and bring it little down. So this is a particular observation, folks. And for people who have not used it, in Figma, you can add these scales. So you can bring a scale and you can see the alignment of objects, from the top also. This is how you know that all this text, they are left aligned to 3. So what I will do is that I will get a copy of this thing here, like this, and like this. And this particular thing will be, these are like small observation, folks, which we usually miss. Even experienced designers miss it. Reports.design.com, then we have social media, we have photography, we have design. All these things, you can change the gap between this text. Okay, now see, one problem is happening is that as soon as I'm trying to write on this thing, the other stuff, they are trying to interfere. So I will use a very important thing here, which is the lock command. So if I lock all these mask commands now, then they become locked. Then I can go inside I can interact. So this mask group also locked. Then I can even hide them also. Like I hide all this stuff. And I'll come back later on. Now I can actually go inside this and I can move it to TWOPOTS, TWOPOTS. Draw vector between 3 and 2. How did I draw the vertical lines, I guess, right? With a pen tool. Yes. So with a pen tool, you can draw, these kind of vertical lines. You can keep on drawing also. You can create these nice maze kind of designs like this. Right. So these are vector lines. Okay, 2 parts, and then we have another copy of this thing. Maybe now I have more non-intrusion to work with. I'll make a copy of this. But now I will take another ruler, and then this particular thing is on the left, like this. Let's keep it, let's make it VR creatives. We are creatives, and then we have, I think, 324 Xavier Estusa. Now I will again bring it back. Yeah. So now it's a rip-off of the poster. How ruler will come? Any shortcut? You have to just drag and drop it. Whatever frame you drop, this ruler will come. So another important thing is that the rulers are frame specific. So imagine that I have a frame like this. Like I have a frame like this, frame 40, and I have another frame. Now, if I bring a ruler from here, this will be see on image 40. And if I bring it on this thing, this is on image 41. So they stay on the frame. And they can stay on the canvas also, like this. Right? Okay, how to set the unit for ruler? The unit for ruler is pixel only. Unlike any other tool, we cannot convert the ruler into millimeter or centimeter or other units. So it is per pixel. So it is basically everything that you see is based on pixels. Okay. So okay, another important thing that I will share is that how, if suppose in your design you have lot of rulers, right? And for proper alignment and all, you have got lot of rulers in every page, and try to look into all these details, right? How do you do that? And this will basically, every frame will have lot of lines, right? You want to show someone the clean design. So you can go here and you can make rulers on and off. If you click this thing, then the rulers will be hidden. But once you click this thing, the rulers will be back. Right. So the rulers are also very important thing for this kind of visual alignments. Now this particular thing was raster, and this particular thing is vector. So if I create a copy of this thing, and if I want to scale it, what will happen is that the frame will scale, but the this 3 to 4 is not scaling. So for scaling, I will use a command which is over here, which is where is it? I write, actually we press K for scaling. Yeah, here, scale K. So once you click K, then on the right hand side, this is a fantastic new enhancement of Figma's UX, that this is how you can scale objects. So if it is clicked on the center, it will start scaling from the center. If it is on the left corner and you say that make it exactly two times bigger, exactly 2 times bigger, the design becomes. Or I make it like 6 times bigger, it becomes 6 times bigger, like this. Now, one thing you may have observed, that where are those white lines? Where did they go? So, and here, if you see these white lines, like if I make a copy of this, the white lines are not part of the frame. So sometimes it may happen that the white lines are, these objects are not part of the frame. So you have to select these things, do Control X, select the frame and do Control V. Now this is part of the frame, but then another one of the lines, all these lines, I think they went inside vector 9 and vector 8. So these two things I will select and I will put it outside. Now they are part of the frame, right? So if you have this particular thing, and now if I select on this, corner scale and make it say 10 times bigger, now you see this has become a 10 times big poster, and everything has scaled with it, and nothing is getting a problem. Nothing is, breaking or getting pixelated and all, like this. And I can always make it 1x size, and it will be back to where it was. So Then another important thing is that suppose I want to send this thing for print. Someone may use Figma for actually creating these posters, send it for print, because when you will be part of an organization, there will be events, there will be, your colleagues will reach out to you. Can you make a small poster for upcoming Diwali celebration? And as a design team, these odd requests keep coming to us. So what you can do is that you can use Figma to create a poster, but then someone will say that, hey, make it a big size, we'll put it in the entrance. So make it 5 times. And now what we can do is right click, we can export this particular thing. So I will do is that copy as, either you can do copy as SVG and paste, or what you can do is that you go to this move tool back, and then you can do is that you can go to export, and from the export command you can export this as a PNG high resolution. You can even make it 4 times bigger and export 3 masked. Exporting, and this will become a huge image, by the way, folks. So in downloads, I have exported this image. I will go to downloads, and now if I open this image, so for folks who know this is only 7% of the image. If I make it say 100% or 1:1, this is such a huge image. You can print it in the size of a hoarding also. I'm not able to find the fonts. This is so big. So you can use Figma to create extremely big size designs like this. So from small mobile screens to large hoardings, you can create everything.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in UI/UX design, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in UI/UX design strategy. It is taught by IIT Guwahati professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
So sometimes you may need to, create a rounded cornered rectangle. So these are, when you draw a rectangle, you get all these corners, and then you can actually pull these corners to make it like a capsule. And you can go inside these shapes and you can control these respective things. What becomes difficult is that this particular interface is little confusing. You don't know which corner it is, in which order. Is it clockwise, anti-clockwise? So you have to go through the tooltips. On hovering, you will see this is the top left, this is the top right, bottom right, and bottom left. That means it is in a clockwise direction. So this particular thing, if you make it 0, the shape becomes like this. So suppose you are working on a chat interface, and then you are creating, these kind of small chat experiences. So you can actually, create, small capsules like this one, and then the other one is this is the top right, this is the bottom left. These kind of conversations we see, right, in chat experiences and all. So you can, and usually chat experiences are to and from experiences. So you have one left and one right, like this, small these things. Okay, so what is this thing? So basically, when you see Figma, these shapes, they have a lot more to do. So let us understand these shapes and understand what are their potentials. So when you create a rectangle, this rectangle has 4 corners, and there are different times you may need to change these corners. So if you go to this, click this particular control on the right, you see that these are independent corner control, and this particular thing is a master corner control. So when you change anything here, like you add 50, then 50 corner radius is added across. And this is very, very important. If you are creating cards, if you are creating grids, if you are creating dashboards, anything, you may want to, this is a style of today, is that whatever you see in these interfaces, let's create a quick a web interface, and then this is kind of a card, and usually the cards are a little bit less, this kind of gray, and then the cards also has some kind of a effect, so a little bit of drop shadow, and the blur is maybe 50. and the opacity is maybe 5. Yeah. So, this is some kind of a soft card thing that comes up. So this is where we go inside and we can actually control it from this top level. I mean the corner radius. You keep on adding at 1000 and it becomes like a capsule only. And you change the size of this capsule to orange or whatever yellow. This is like a capsule. And now you change the length and breadth of this. Suppose you are working on a progress bar, right? So this is a progress bar experience. So you have this thing and you have this is a capsule made from a rectangle, right? And you can change the height of it, make it center aligned, and all these things will happen. But what happens when you want to control the corners independently? You can make the first, so this is a tooltip. So basically you click on this left top, which is top left corner radius. I make it 0. This is what happens. Top right corner radius 0. This is a boat. And the reason why I created a boat is to show you the Illustrator Pathfinder tools here. So these are the Pathfinder tools which I'll show next. So the same control goes for this also, where you have this corner radius and you can change for all. And everything goes to like the smoothest one, which is a circle. And here, if you go to the third one, you can make it 0. It becomes a steamer. And then the fourth one also 0. And you can control independently whatever corner radius you want to keep, even different also. 50 for one, 500 for one, 1000 for the other, whatever you want. So these might seem like, why do we want to do this? But if we will do a small animation also of a progress bar, of a loading bar, and then we will understand that, wow, knowing these shapes are immensely helpful. God knows whether you will work in a fitness company and work on a dashboard concept. So while you're working on a dashboard concept, you have to create all those interactions using these basic shapes. So if you do not know about these basic shapes, you will be under big problem, right? So this is how you can change this corner radius and everything. Now, this particular control is called fill, and this is called stroke. So if I add stroke, and if I keep on changing the density of stroke, so this is basically in the inside of the shape, 125 pixel black border is coming. It can go outside also, or it can be center. That means 50% inside, 50% outside. That's why if you see this triangle, before this triangle was touching the edge, now this triangle is in the center. I mean, because it is center thing is selected. If it is inside, then the triangle will touch the periphery, right? So this is basically outline and fill. And I can change this outline, stroke thickness to 20 pixel or anything like this. If you want, if you can want to change the outline thickness to a different yellow, that is also okay. You can do it. 20 pixel, maybe 50 pixel, whatever. Now, this particular shape, let's use this shape, keep it in the center. And this particular thing also, let's make it 500. Interesting. Which stroke type is ideally used? Totally depends, Jyoti, what you're trying to create. Usually, for a divider, a stroke is used. The simplest form of stroke is when it exists in the form of no fill, which is a pen tool. And no interface can be created without this simple line. Dividers, right? Differentiator. So usually a divider is created with 1 pixel and in a very lighter shade like this, right? So this is the simplest form. But then sometimes if you're creating buttons, I think we will do auto layout, but let's close this thing. Like we have button, and let's make this button as 16 pixels. I'll go to Shift 2. Again, folks, this is the best shortcut that I use every time when I'm using Figma. So I zoom out a little bit, button, Shift A, auto layout, add a fill color. Let's add this yellow color. If yellow is problematic for someone, let's add a different color, which is soothing, red color. This button, I use a corner radius like this, and a padding, I will increase the padding like this. So this has become my button. And sometimes I may want to add a stroke color, like this, for people who know that this kind of new UI trend is going on, which is the, I forgot the name, which is the GitHub style. I'm forgetting the name of the style. Grotesque UI trend raw style. I think some name you'll find. This style. This is the raw style, which many Figma is also using the same style. I will come back with the name, by the way. Anyway, but in that style, this is what becomes more important. So you can add 2-pixel buttons also. I think you may have seen it. And then the second one is a secondary button with the white fill, and this is a secondary button. So let's name it primary button, and then this one is a secondary button, and together these two buttons can stay with each other. And we can have even a fixed width of I don't know. Let's see what is the width. Width is 140. So have a fixed width of 140 pixels. Yeah. And have shift A, and we'll have a little bit of padding. Yeah. So this is how the strokes are used, right? We can keep it also. Okay. So this particular thing we covered is all about rectangle. Now about triangles, the important thing is that this particular control, how many sides it should have, right? So you can convert a triangle into pentagon, polygon, So basically it's not triangle, it's a polygonal thing. And how do you use triangles basically? So let's see the use of triangles. You might think that this is redundant. Usually, when you are creating tooltips, like this is a rectangle and this is a triangle, and you make a copy of this thing, you rotate it, use K to scale it, put it here. So, at places where you are creating coach mark or other stuff like tooltips or coach mark, then these triangles come in really handy. And here an important thing is that how do you merge these two shapes? I mean, how can you make this rectangle and this triangle as if they're one shape? One option is on the top, these are the Boolean functions, Boolean groups. So there are different options. People who have used Pathfinder tool in Illustrator will know. I can union the selection, I can subtract, I can intersect, I can exclude. And how is it different from mask? From basically when you union these two shapes, they become one union basically. And then I can choose other shape and I can move it like this. Now on this union thing, I actually, when I go to the corner radius, see, everything is getting this corner radius impact, right? So unless you make them unite, this particular thing will not get controlled with one thing. And then suppose you have an ellipse and you have another ellipse like this, like this, and you select. So first one is say yellow color, second one is say this color. You select both of them and you unite them, so they become one shape. Now you can go to this corner radius, and you can see the corner radius is changing, and you are creating more of a light bulb shape, as you can see, like this. It's kind of an organic blob that you create. So this is also sometimes very, very helpful to use. Let's just see some applications of this thing. And folks who have not used gradient much, I'll just take some time to take you through gradients. Like for example, this is one blob that I created. Let's take another copy of this blob. And in the union part, let's take one of the ellipse and move it around. I mean, this is a blob, right? So you can move it around like this. This is the best part. See, it looks like as if it is, going like this. Very, very organic and nice, like this. Now we select this, we go to fill. Instead of solid fill, we take a linear gradient fill. And with this linear gradient fill, I can select two colors and I can have this, nice gradient fills like this. And let me add a dark background to this thing. Instead of white, let's add, dark background like this. Like something like this. Now I will add effects. And the first effect, instead of drop shadow, this is layer blur. In layer blur, I'll make it 50. See, the edges become a little bit of blur. If I make it 500, this becomes like this. Absolutely, you can add 3 colors, you can add 300 colors also if you can manage. You have one, you just click on the center and you add one more color. Say I add blue color. Blue does not go with this composition by the way, so I'll add another red. And I can, change the position of this red, where it should go. I can make it yellow also, or whatever color I want basically, I can change the position of this thing like this. And I can even make it more blur. I can make it 1000. So now you see this has become like a blob, like this kind of a gradient. Now I select this one, I add a linear gradient, and maybe I add a different gradient like blue and green, right? And blue and green, and I add effect. I can add layer blur and make it 1000 like this. And I can use K to scale this thing. So this is where interesting stuff happen when you move this thing and place them inside each other, like this. You can always go inside and you can change the gradient. And you can, so these things are really good for creating strong cover pages, or sometimes in your interface also. Design system, let's make it 200. Make it extremely thin, and you can even increase the yeah. You can create very nice compositions with this, right? So there are some examples where, in previous classes we have worked on in like white composition. So this is an example where you may not use this merge command, but you just have two circles, two simple circles. You have this, this particular circle, you make it say yellow color and use a blur. So you go to layer blur, make it say 500. 500 is too much for this guy. 200, maybe 150. Yeah, like this. And Control-C, Control-V, create a copy of it. And then the second one you change, say red color or other color like this. So this is how you can create, this same kind of intersections like this. So if you click the frame, click on Alt and click on the ruler, you see that this is 17 pixels gap. On the right, it is 20 pixel. On the top, it is 20 pixel. So you can zoom in and move it to 3 pixels. Now from the top, it is 20 pixels. So basically, I am trying to create layer blur not working for you. Like it's simple as create a rectangle, maybe make it like this, add a color like this, add effect. Maybe you're selecting drop shadow, change it to layer blur and click this thing, effect settings, and change this blur value, blur radius from 4 to 50. Now it will work for it, Madhuri. Whatever value you add 100, it will be more. At one point of time, it will be so much that you will not be able to see. So if you copy 2 objects like this and change the second one's color to a different blue, say this one. Yeah. Now you select these 2 and you can even unite them, union selection. Since their union, one single color is added to them, but you can always create a linear gradient and add 2 colors like this. Even you can change the orientation of this thing. Change it to 200. Right. First of all, I'm showing how you can place these things with all these controls. So this is 33 pixel, 24, 18, 20, yes, 19 and 1 pixel, 20 pixel. So this is my play area. Whatever I design, I will design inside this, right? If I create a card, I will place the card like this. This is from where I will create 1 card and 2 card. Whatever I place, it will be snapped here. So create the guide that you want to use and then create Control D. And that's how the same scale. Another hack that you can use, which will be like not a ruler system, but you can use the pen tool to create your custom ruler system. That means what you can do is use a pen tool, right? And create a grid like this. So this is the place where I can show you about pen tool also. So this is 1 pixel and this is 24 pixels. I will move it 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I will make a copy of this thing. Alt 30 pixels, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 24 pixels. Let's take a copy of this, right click. Okay, rotate it. $20 pixel, 1, 2, 3, 4. Although I have not used it, by the way. This is 26 pixel, 1, 2 pixel. Right. 24 pixel is standard. 24 pixel, 16 pixel, they are standard buffer. They are called padding. Yes, layout grid also you can use. Right. But then this particular technique is like you create a copy of, you can create Control G and then you can create a component of this thing. So this particular thing is basically a component now. Now you create Control C and then here you paste it, Control V, and you can keep it locked for everything. Although this is not the current trend of using layout grid for creating designs, because you are using auto layout, your every frame is controlled through auto layout and components. So this is something which has become obsolete these days. You can use auto layout to control padding on a much larger and much controlled way than using these grids, right? But since you asked, so this is where you can actually copy an existing system on top of it. And then the best part is that because it is a component, you can change it and it will be, so now if you go into this component and if you move this thing, for example, the lower menu, so this happens for all the frames like this. And if you go into individual frame, see this group, lock this thing, so it will not interact with the rest of the stuff if you want to keep it, right? So little bit more into another shape which is very important because we are completing fundamentals. So this particular shape is called circle, and with circle there are a lot of controls which you should understand. So first of all, circle, there is this particular control with which you can make it like Pac-Man. Also, you get additional controls with which you can actually make it like sorry, this one, yeah, with which you can actually make it like as if the circle is getting filled. So this becomes very, very important for dashboards and all, where you want to see, progresses like this or, this or this, it's kind of a standard like this. So a few things about, the basics of animation also. Like if I add this thing as a radial gradient, and you can see how the radial gradient came, by the way. So it's yellow and the other half is also yellow, but the opacity is 50 or say 20. Yes, looks like this. Maybe I'll add one more, and this opacity we can make 100, like this. Okay. Okay, this sweep value is 0. So let's make the sweep value as 100%. Now let's take another frame where the sweep value, this particular frame, the sweep value is 0. And if I write, say, download, pass-through opacity in any design. Pass-through opacity. Samit, can you be little explicit, like what do you mean? In layer section in right side top from text setting. Okay, now these two frames, now this has a circle with a sweep value 0. The same circle has a sweep value of 100. So if I connect these two frames, like on clicking this, go to this frame, navigate to this frame with an auto layout or say smart animate. And if I see this thing works. Okay, I think let's go to this particular frame. We have ellipse. So sweep value 3.6. Okay, so sweep does not animate. That means we have to animate a mask to do it. Okay. Let us try to do the same thing with a progress bar. Let us see a progress bar animation, because I want to spend the last part of the class on animation. So this is something which we learned, that this is 200 pixels and this is gray, something like this. Download. And now I will do Control C, Control V. That means there is one more rectangle on top of it, and then the color is yellow. Now this particular yellow, the right hand side of it is the bottom right is 0, and this is also 0. This is bottom left 0. No, not this one. Top right is 0. Right. This is how something like this happens, right? So this is a very typical step of download. Now what I will do is that I'll make a copy of this particular frame like this. Like if I click on download, then it will progress. Now this particular thing I will stretch to the end, and I will make it 200 only. 200, 200. And this particular frame, I will take the same element, I'll make it extremely small like this, and maybe I'll keep 200, 200 only, no problem. But this pass animation, pass thing, I will make 0. Yes. Now if I click on this thing, download, it should go to frame 51 and it will have a smart animate. So when I click on download, this thing goes, but this is very fast, right? So I'll make it say 1500 pixels and I'll make it gentle. So R. Now you can see that this thing moved like this, but then there are few small glitch that happened. Let's look into that. This particular thing, the right side corner, let's keep it 200 only, because that's we are not animating. Now if I click on R and click on download, now you can see that this thing moved like this and ends gently. But then there are different parameters. So for everyone, okay, for everyone who is little bit confused, the thing is that when you have something like this, say let us take a circle like this, right? Like this. And this particular circle is of a particular size, 279. In the next frame, this circle became smaller. So when we animate 2 frames, then what is different between both the frames? Rest of the frames, this smart animate thing automatically connects. So smart animate actually connects the state here and the state here and builds the rest of the stuff. So one of the examples is that I use this circle. I'll take a copy of this circle. I'll make it small and make it this big here. I'll send it to back also. And I will make this color little bit of a less gray like this. Can even make yellow color something. Maybe this is a very PP app. And in this frame, I will create a copy of this circle and I'll make it very, very small. Very small. Like almost 1 pixel, and make it 0. Opacity is 0. Sorry. Now, if you go here, click on download. See, this happens. Now, some glitch happened because this circle has got flipped. I will copy the circle again. Yeah, this particular ellipse, right? I'll copy this ellipse, come to this frame, paste this one, create a, scale it down to this small, make it say 0%. Now, if you see this R, so both the animations are happening at the same time. So download is getting completed and this is also coming. Let's take it slow also. Let's make the animation slower also. Maybe make it 1600 milliseconds. Now, once we do R and you download, so this is what happens. Both the things are happening at the same time. And if you want, this download button to change to continue, then this will also happen. But then this thing comes like, as if the transition is too slow, download to continue. So there might be different ways. I mean, this is not the best example also in terms of the experience, but we will keep it download only. But someone who was asking about the basic concept of animation, this is what happens between 2 frames when an animation comes. So we can have say different elements like, let's get this is Fiji illustration. Let me get something from a plugin only. Humans for Figma. Okay, so this particular illustration and let's take one more illustration plugin, Humans for Figma. Where did the other one go? I don't know. This is one. Send to back. Sorry, I'll make it flip horizontal. So I am adding complexity after complexity in the animation. So this particular, these 2 frames, I will do Control C and I'll paste them here. But then this one, I will place K. And as you know, this K tool, I can click the bottom one and I'll make it 0.001. So, this is how small this illustration became here, almost invisible. I can make it, even the resolution, or even the opacity also less. So this one also I'll make it 0.001. Very small. Now, if I go to R, download, this is how it happens. So this is little slow. So I will change it to maybe 1000 R. Right. So depending on the type of animation that you choose, this is gentle, but if you choose ease in and out, then the animation will be like this. No, very abrupt on the face. If you click bouncy, it will be too much of bouncing, like this. But you can control the level of bounciness. So you can go to custom spring, and these days you can control the level of bounciness. I mean, you can make it gentle also, like this. Like this. So if you go to R, go to download, like this. Now this is coming up nice. So this particular button, I can change the opacity to 0 because it doesn't make sense now for this button to exist. Pass, I'll make 0. So I'll go to R, download, like this. So it's like download is not the right word. Maybe I'll say proceed. And this is where it's like proceed, like this. Now I can go and add even more complexity. Like I can write enjoy your subscription, or enjoy your free subscription for an year. And this is where I can work on my concept of hierarchy, and I can change it to say 48 pixels. Yes, we can. I'll show you. They are moving towards each other. Something like this. Impact font is not good. Walking closely and shake hand animation in Figma. It will be too much for Figma to do. You can do it, but I don't know if anyone will do. So for these kind of things, you use this thing called Lotte animation. Lotte is a After Effects plugin, Lotte animations. So these are a lot of Lotte files, and you can give it to developers also. These complex animations like this, right? They are not created in Figma. Figma is an interaction design tool. It is not an animation tool, but there are animation capabilities, right? You create all these complex animations and give it to developers also. All these things. And these are a lot of free stuffs are there. Lotte animations, right? Okay, enjoy your free subscription. Just trying to find, maybe I'll add enter only. Enter. Yeah, enjoy your free subscription. I'll make it extra thing. Enjoy your free subscription. I'll make it under this. Yeah, like this. Now this is enjoy your free subscription for an year. This is an important thing. I do Control C and I do Control V. Now I move this thing outside the frame. So point to be noted is that this is part of frame 50, but you can keep things outside of frame also. That means it is part of frame 50, but you cannot see it because it is on top. I mean, it's in the no man's land area. But in animation, it will be helpful. It will come from the top like this. Right. And if you feel this is coming too fast, you can make it a little slow. So this outside the frame concept is clear, right? Not 660, 800. Yeah. Like this, right? So enough of bounciness in the animation. And sometimes these kind of things are important when you guys are creating splash screen animations. Like you have a mobile application, and after installing it from the Play Store, before the sign up experience also, you have a splash screen. if we made mobile app and want to test by entering data, how can we do that? Are you talking about metadata or real data? You cannot connect any API here, Javed, to get real data. To test the app, you have to use some hypothetical data, which are called metadata. So if you select this previous and if you connect it to this guy, then you will go to this frame. So let me delete all these interactions. On click, you will navigate to this frame, right? And on clicking this, you will go to this frame. Scroll. On click, you will navigate to this frame. Now this frame may not have all these things, right? It can have a completely different look and feel altogether, like which is the animation plugin. This is not plugin, this is Figma. Sanju, this is just Figma. We are not using any plugin. Anything that you ask, we will cover, Javed. If you have anything you want to check, we can cover that also. There's no problem. Okay, so after you click this thing, maybe I'll add a different kind of illustration just for the sake of time, like this. Something like this. I'll paste it here. Now, once you click this, you go here. And once you click this, you come back here. So what I have done is that once you click proceed, this thing happens. Click on next, the next thing happens. So let me connect. On click, navigate to smart animate. Yes. Previous, next. Are you getting it? So this is how you can have individual controls which will move between frames, because as an interaction designer, we move from frame to frame for interactions. But I think the question that someone asked is that can we trigger an animation in this component only without affecting the entire frame? That is something that we do with interactive variants, which is a much advanced topic we will cover on later on, right? So Sonali, when you sometimes in a frame, after adding elements content, when I increase the frame height for more addition, some of the elements and content stretch and increase frame length. Yes. This is an important topic actually. So what happens is that suppose you are in a frame, right? You are in this frame, and in this frame you have some elements, like you have this component, this component, and you have some text, like some text, and you have some other component. Now when I stretch this page, nothing happens. But if you see this particular component, this thing in the frame is constrained to the left and right of it. But if this constraint is at the center, then when I scale this page, this thing moves with it. So Sonali, is this what you're facing? Yeah, this is happening, Sonali, because of the constraints of that object. So if you have the object and this object has to have some constraint. So if you have the left corner, left top and bottom like this, then it will not react to the frame size change. See, this is how you can control it. But if this object, every object can be constrained differently. If this object is constrained to the right, like this, then if I change it like this, see, one of the object is reacting differently because it is constrained differently. So ideally, all these objects should be constrained in the same way, so that even if you change the length of the frame, nothing will impact, right? Yeah. So let us bring these images again because they are tied to the previous constraint. Like when I place the object over here, and this object is constrained left and right. This is the left constraint, this is a top constraint of the frame. Then when you move this frame, okay, this is happening because this is a very typical example, because humans are created of multiple layers, right? If instead of this, if I copy this as a PNG and I paste it, because humans is not a right example to show also. If I paste it, now this has become a PNG image. Now if this PNG image distorts is something that we want to check. So this particular image, if you see, this particular image is left and right constraint. So now nothing will change even if you move your frame of if the length of the frame changes. But the time I make it this thing. So this is center constraint and top constraint. That means if I move it like this particular object is constrained with the top and it will move along the center. That means it will try to maintain the position at the center in a proportionate way. So if I change this thing to this, so that means center means that it will right now, see, it is not exactly at the center. I can make it exactly at the center by clicking these two things. What will happen is that this particular object will be always at the center. But what happens when the object is not at the center and I'm trying to say that this is center? That means whatever proportionate pixels are there from the top, like 239 and 288, it will proportionately keep it center. That means it is not 239, 288, but the ratio is same. This is what happens when you click center proportion for everyone. And you can create center and bottom, right and bottom, left and bottom, whatever constraint you choose. Now it is left and bottom. So when I push it to the right, nothing happens. But when I move it from the bottom, then this thing moves with it. So this is a very, very complicated concept to understand also, that how this constraint works. But different objects in the frame can have different constraints. So we can check, we can select an image and we can check the constraint that this object is. So there are list of some important fonts which I have shortlisted, and these are some of the fonts which you can all download. These are all free fonts, and if you master over these fonts, then you don't need to consider any other font for any of your project. The first font is Inter, second one is Space Grotesque, third one is Work Sans, fourth is DM Sans, then we have Satoshi, Supreme, Switzer, and Open Sans. So these are some regularly used fonts, and if you see all of these fonts, they have a good range. I mean, from extreme light to extreme bold to italics, they have almost every type of font weight, which will help you to address different requirements while you're doing the interface design. So these are some of the stuff. So for fonts, actually, suppose I don't have this font DM Sans. So I will go to So if I show you, this is how you can have DM Sans Google font, right? So this is how you can install the font. This is how you can download a family. Let's check whether you have DM Sans in Figma or not. So if I copy this thing, and if I want to change the font, I will go here, I will search DM Sans. Okay, DM Sans is by default installed. And let's see some of the font which is not installed. Let's search. Yeah, Switzer is not. It's not here. Okay, so this is, for example, yeah. So this is, for example, a font which I have mentioned over here, SWITZR Switzer, and all of you can access this file also. So you can check the name of the fonts. And I am not able to see this font over here, Switzer. So I can go and download this font, Switzer. So these are all free fonts. So I'll download it. Switzer complete. I will go to the download folder. So this is the downloaded font. I can go. These are all the fonts. So I can right click and I can do install. Let me filter it through type. So these are the true type font file. Right click and I can do install for all users. So that's how all the fonts will be installed in your system. Should be faster. Okay, false. Yes, replace it. Okay, so now I will go to Figma and I will reload this tab. So now I can find this font. So this is how you install fonts. So is it clear to everyone? Simply install in your system and it will be available in Figma. Yeah. Okay. So these are some fonts. And then the second thing that we will do is that we will talk about some, clear some references which you can do wireframing. And this particular design system dialect, you can go to community. So how you go to community of Figma and check is that you go to the home page and you can search as dialect. So if you search dialect, see 3 results from community. These are the community files basically. So you can go and check any of these files. And this is how see it in the community, and you can ask for a copy. If it is a free file, then you will get lot of the free resources. So how you get it is like this. If I go to the dialect design system, if you go to component index, basically you see all these components are there. So if you are working on a project where your objective is not to work on a design system, then you can use any component library like this, and you can work on your designs. And if anyone asks you that who created all this UI, you can clearly say that my role was not as a UI designer. I used a component library. I used a design system, free design system like dialect. So we can say that how you can create your own design system. But that is not that relevant because people usually don't hire designers as design system creators. They usually have one. And if they want to hire someone as a person to create design system, they would look for super fine visual design skills and all. Then, they need to understand system thinking. They need to understand a little bit of coding also, because now all these components, they has to be consumed by your development team also. So that's why it's not a quite, frequent position for companies to have. But UX design is a generic position. So you can go into all this component library. Like if you say, go to drop down, and if you click on drop down in this thing, you have to reload it.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in UI UX design, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in UI UX design strategy. It is taught by IIT Guwahati professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Dialect design system. You can search in your community while I'm showing. Yeah, so from the index, you can actually go and you can check that, so many buttons and everything, they're already created for you to consume. And like this is like a quite extensive library, a free library which you can consume. This is Figma community. And here you can search anything. You can search as UI kit and you will get a lot of UI kits. Right. And any UI kit which you can search for, say, illustration. You will get a lot of illustration examples. Right. And you can click plugins and you can see a lot of plugins which are illustration plugins. You can select, creators, you can search through creators and all. And if you click on all, then you see everything. And if you click on only Figma, you see only Figma specific things. Like 209 plus free Gothic tech illustrations. So someone created Gothic tech illustration, maybe someone will use it in a film or something. Then re-cloud illustrations, then Valentine's some 3D things, free handmade illustrations. So, a lot of extensive Figma. This community is also extremely extensive. And because of this community also, Figma became extremely popular. So you can see Bloom illustrations. If you click on Bloom illustration, and if you get a copy of this thing, then it opens it in your own Figma as a draft file. You can choose the account. And then, this is how you can actually, but this is something, see, do you want to buy this illustration for just $5? Then you use it. Otherwise, this is kind of a read-only file. And this is an image. So you can see the level of illustration. But if you want to buy, go to fever.com and buy it. Sometimes they will send it to patreon.com. They will send it, to those kind of sites where you can, or buymeacoffee.com, where you have to buy. But this person has given you a free, preview that this is a kind of illustration. And you might think that, okay, I'm not an illustration artist. For my project, I will pay $5 and get all these illustrations, which I will use. So when we go here, suppose I create a frame. So let me complete the line tool request first. Then we will do the new things. So this is a frame and this is a pen tool. And with the pen tool, like you can create this kind of, random lines. Sometimes you can click on shift and this will help you create straight lines. And once you have created these lines, you can actually double click on these lines and you get all these points and you can stretch all these points, pull all these points. You can right click on this, you can double click on these points and you can, add a corner radius to these individual points like this. But when are these lines most used? So in my experience, I have seen that mostly while creating dividers or, stuff like this, like for example, while creating a flow, or sometimes you need to highlight something. So let us use lines and auto layout to create some components which we can use for design explanation. So this is kind of a line, and then imagine you are and the properties of line are pretty simple. You can increase the thickness of the line by increasing this, and also you can add colors, like you can add red color and you can make it like this. You can also add a gradient color, and you can have, say, two colors like this. So one more problem. So this is how you can create a line. So some more properties of line is that once you select it, you go to this drop down. You can convert one edge of the line to line arrow style, or you can create it like a circle arrow, or you can create it into any of these things. Also, you can change one corner of the line to be a rounded corner and the other edge to be rounded corner too. So these are the basic properties of line, and I can make it say 24 pixels wide. But this particular line is still a line. I can double click, I can double click this line, I can add a point and bend this line. So this line tool is also helpful for creating custom icons. Like I am creating some kind of a plus icon like this. I can select this, I can make it rounded, I can even increase the thickness like this, and make it a little bit smaller, reduce the thickness. So this seems like a hockey stick. So this is how you can actually see that you can use this line tool to create custom icons, custom illustrations like this. So you can reduce the line thickness like this. And what happens is that now you see this is a line, but I can right click and I can make it outline stroke. So what are the difference that will happen? This is a line, so you can see it is controlled by this single vector. But if I make it outline stroke, then this becomes like a filled shape. Now when I double click, I have more node points. So I can work on this finer details. It becomes like Illustrator. Although it's not going anywhere, I'm just simply playing around to show the potential of this tool. Just double click and you can edit. Right? Something like this. And this line tool, basically how you can use line tool along with other shapes is that suppose you have this line tool. Sorry, you can have this pen tool or line tool, both are same. You have this pen tool. I will change the linear gradient to like a solid fill color, like this black. And I'll change it to say 8 pixels. Now let me create a milestone that this is my phase 1. I'll change this font to enter, make it light. And when we have phase 1, I will convert this phase 1 into auto layout. Auto layout problem, if you have problems with auto layout, then it is extremely natural. So now what we will do is that we will spend significant amount of time to create various interfaces for auto layout. And then we will learn how auto layout is used. So let us build something with this line only and auto layout, a simple auto layout. So what auto layout is that, suppose I create a text like this, and I have a frame, and this frame is having a fill color, say this is like gray color, something like this. And I make it like a curved edge. Now I place it here. Okay, so how auto layout started is that, if I have this thing and then let's name it button, and I place it on top of this thing in a frame, perfectly central aligned and all. And then I have another button like this, and I maintain 18 pixels like this. Now let's change this thing to a more field structure, like a stroke structure, button, button. Now if I change this to subscribe, then a problem happens that, subscribe from the left, if I click on Alt and if I check, from the left it is 86 pixels, but from the right it is only 10 pixels. I zoom in and show. But on the top and bottom it is 25 pixels. So what I have to do is that I have to manually add that padding 91 pixels, that means it should be 5 pixels less. So I can do, by the way, I can do calculations right in Figma. I can do -5. It will be 5 pixels smaller. So I'll have this, 86 pixels. So what are these 86, 25, 25? These are called padding. Any interface element will have some kind of padding. It's basically when two people stand in a queue, we maintain some gap with each other, right? We don't stand right, we don't stand on top of each other. So basically we maintain some gap. We have a gap with a table and the people have gaps. So basically let's simulate a real life scenario. Like all of you are in a queue in a bank, and this is the table where a person is sitting in the table like this. And you are in the, and then there are so many people in the queue like this. And everyone is coming to this table. So this particular guy who is the, cashier is having a relationship with this table. I mean, the cashier needs to, if the cashier is so far from the table, it will not work. The cashier is on top of the table, that will also, let's make this table little different color. Yeah. So if this cashier is on top of the table, then that will also not work. How can someone sit on top of the table? So either the cashier will be touching the table or the cashier will be like this. And then the first person is sitting is, right in front of the cashier, trying to interact with the cashier. And then all of these folks are maintaining equal distance. So how do I maintain equal distance? Like I can have, folks of different distance like this, and I can select everyone. And from here I can do tidy up vertically or tidy up simple. It tidies up. Basically the same gap is applied to everyone. But then what happens if people say that, if someone has traveled where in airport, what happens is that when the security thing happens, one person is near that security check post, but then the other people are little far. So they are maintaining a distance which is equal, but they are maintaining a gap from this guy. And then this guy is maintaining some gap with the table, and then the cashier is maintaining some gap with the table. And then all of them are creating a system. The same thing is happening in interface design. This button, this particular text is maintaining some gap with the surrounding. If I click on Alt, I see 86, 86, 25, 25. Now, someone might think that 86 is too much of padding. Let's make it 32. Now, how do I make it 32? I will see that, okay, this is 86 pixels. So I'll move this fork. Then I'll again check 49. Then I'll check 37. Then I'll click 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pixels. Then it's 32 pixels. On the right, it is how much? 140. So I have to make it 32. So I have to make it smaller by 108 pixels. So I have to subtract 108. So this is when the padding becomes 32, 32, 25, 25. Now someone must say that 25 padding is not good, make it 24 padding. So what I have to do is that I'll go here, I will reduce it by 1 pixel from both sides. Now if I have it, it's like 25, 21. So I'll make it, center aligned, 23, 23. Okay, I have to increase 2 pixels. So height, I will make it 106 pixels like this. And this particular thing is at the center. So 24, 24, 32, 32. Now, what if you get a control? And then the problem that happens is that as soon as it change this button from subscribe to make payment, everything breaks, right? I mean, again, you have to change this button. And again, you have to maintain this thing. So before auto layout was invented, this is how UX designers were doing it in a very, very stupid way. And that's when people started thinking that we need to have greater control on creating these common things. We need to have control where we just select and we control all the padding. Now, this is about the fundamental button structure. But then when we are talking about two things sitting next to each other, like, we have subscribe and we have cancel, which is a common scenario, right? And if we select both of them, if you select this and if you click on Alt and check, the gap is 22 pixels. If someone says that, make it 24 pixels. So 1, 2, now it is 24 pixels. Now, this particular button has 86, 79. So this is also, breaking. What I'll do is that I will cancel it. I will copy this thing. Again, I have to maintain this gap of 24 pixels. I'll bring it closer. I'll check 23. Okay, 24 pixels. I'll make it cancel. And again, I have to maintain that gap, 32 pixels. So 101. So we'll reduce it. 30. I'll make it 2 pixels more. So it is 220 pixels. So now all of you can understand that this is a pretty laborious and pretty difficult way of maintaining these kind of assets, which are commonly used in interface design. Now what auto layout does is that, what if this particular button actually wraps the text in a way that if I write only sub, then the button size will be respecting the size of the text inside and maintain the same padding. So how do we do it? We'll just write subscribe. So there we created a frame, kept the text inside the frame. Here we are writing subscribe, and we are converting this text into an auto layout frame. So how we are doing it is that we are doing Shift A. Now Shift A creates a magic. This text was T in the layer, which is denoted by 3 different size vertical lines, which represents that this is an auto layout frame, and inside I have the text. Now this auto layout frame has all this magic. This auto layout frame has horizontal padding. So let me add some fill color. So basically, see, this is a frame, and frames have some inherent properties. Like, a frame like this, when we learned about frames, a frame can have a fill color. It may not have a fill color also. So now both of these frames, they look different because one frame looks like, the symbol is like 4 crisscrossing lines. Another frame symbol is 3 vertical lines, that too bold. So this is a normal frame. This is an auto layout frame. A normal frame can have a fill color. An auto layout frame can also have a fill color. Same behavior. A normal frame, this frame can have a stroke. This frame can have a stroke. This frame can also have a stroke. Same property. What this frame cannot have is that if I have something written here, subscribe, then I only have constraints, which we talked about yesterday. So, but I cannot have a constraint on all 4 directions. This was the limitation. That's why constraints were invented before auto layout. So I can, change this thing, but the subscribe button will be, fixed there. If I make it center aligned, then once I move my frame, this will move with it. But this is a very erratic behavior. I mean, this is not solving my purpose. Rather, when we see auto layout frames, I am getting this control of maintaining a padding on both sides. This is changing my life forever. I can add 24 pixel padding, and also I can click on this text and make it test. The frame is adapting. The frame is always having 24 pixel padding and then putting the text in between. If I have 1 letter text, perfect. If I have 100 letter text, then also perfect. So is this concept clear? Clear the text, Shift A, and auto layout starts. Now what you can do is that you can select this frame, you can add vertical padding, you can add horizontal padding. So horizontal padding and vertical padding are the most 2 important things of auto layout. And this padding, this 10, this will only come into picture when we have 2 different auto layout frames. So we have subscribe and we have cancel. Sorry. We have cancel. Now these 2 frames, as I was mentioning in this queue, that it's all like a system. Like this entire system is a bank. These are the queue. This is the cashier and table. And this is the first person with the cashier and table. So it's a system. Now if I see this thing, these 2 things are system. So I can select both of them and I can do Shift A. Now in this system of the cashier and the table, Their only relationship is the gap between them, nothing else, right? What else can you control? So you can control this thing. And individually, you can control the padding. 24 pixels, 12 pixels. Now, in this system, the two objects that are there, that are aligned from left top. If I make it center aligned, they will be center aligned. If I make it bottom aligned, it will be bottom aligned. But with this kind of justification only, you can only change the gap between them. So you have to first understand systems. Sun, 9 planets, solar system. Similarly, different solar systems, Milky Way galaxy, different galaxies, creating some kind of a cluster, different clusters, creating universe. So it's all about from the smallest atomic thing to the largest atomic thing. Now let's go into a little bit of complex components. And then we'll go into styling of components. So let us see, this particular thing where we have subscribe and cancel. Now, this particular thing is a frame. Now, this particular thing is an auto layout. Now I can select one of the buttons and I can add rounded corners. The second one also, I can add rounded corners. The first one, I can add a fill color. It was white, I can make it yellow. I can remove the stroke. I can select second one and I can increase the stroke to 2 pixels. This is my styling. I can go inside font. I can change font. I can change the font size. I can change this font size. So anything that happens inside is under super control. So this is the basic structure of auto layout. Now, what happens when we are trying to create a little bit of a complex auto layout, where we are trying to create this particular screen? So I will move all these font examples to the top. And in the meanwhile class, you can all, okay, you can do later also, like download the Figma Android application or iPhone application. So you can check prototypes in your phone, because we will do a little bit of animations also as we're doing auto layout. So auto layout is a subject which even we talk for 100 hours, it is less, but we'll try to do as many explorations as possible, right? So this particular thing is a system. This system has 3 CTAs. It has a divider with a text. It has another CTA, and it has a text. There are basically plugins for everything. You can even get plugins, AI plugins, do my design now, and then they will do the design. So, okay. So how do we create a system like this? We create a system like this by, see, now we have not created the frame also. So let me get individual components. So this is a text everyone can write. This is a moon icon everyone can get. Can everyone tell where do you get a moon icon? You can go to plugins, you can go to Iconify, and you can search moon, and you get a moon for free. Maybe I will get a different moon. Right. So I'll take this moon, make it smaller, place it next to it. So I have a moon and timer. Similarly, let's get, so you can basically get all these icons, right? All these icons you can get from Iconify. So let's not waste time. I will ungroup and I will imagine that you have imported 3 icons like this. And this is a moon icon with the clock. So this top part is a relatively complex auto layout. We will, and that auto layout feature is called space between. We will do it little later. But what we will do now is that, let us for the time being imagine that the top is like this, but we have not created any frame, to be specific. Now I write a text like this, set up your profile. This is also very simple. You write, you take an inter text, bold, font, 32 size, set up your profile. Now I'll create a button like this, continue with email, auto layout, and I will add a fill color. The fill color is this green, like this. I will add horizontal padding. I will add little bit of vertical padding, and I'll make the corner radius round. So this button is there now with me. I can even stretch this button, but see the text is not center aligned. So I have to click here. So the text is always center aligned. And the horizontal padding is 80 pixels and the vertical padding is 16 pixels. So this button looks good to me like this. I'll change this color from black to white. Continue with email. Now, Javed asked, can you explain what are components, events, states, and difference between them, all these things. So we will, in the course of doing it, we will also know about master component. What are master components? So this is one thing that we did. We created a button, and this particular button has no icon in it. It is just like one button. Let us create the simple way first, then we'll recreate the same thing with the concept of components. So this is the first button that I have created. I will create a copy of it. Now I have to create another button with Apple logo. So I will get Apple logo out and I'll put it inside, or showing you from scratch how I can do it is I can take Apple logo and this text. This will be continue with Apple, by the way. Continue with Apple. I will take this and I'll do Shift A. So this is an auto layout frame. The background color is black, but this is super tight. I will use the same padding, 80 pixel, 16 pixel, right? I'll place it here, just below it. And I will also have center aligned. And then I will make the corner radius round. So the second button is created. Now I'll create another button. I guess you just get, a Google icon like this, Google logo like this, and continue with Google. This one, Shift A. So both of them are creating an auto layout frame, and I can change the padding also in between. And then I add the fill color. Padding was 80 and 16. Place it below. Now this style is also different. This is having a stroke, and the stroke color is really light, something like this. Continue with Google. And the last one is Facebook. So I'll just create it. I can do Control X for cut. And I can go inside the frame and I can do just Control V. So there can be auto layout between 3 people also. Like how you can never control how many people can create a queue in a bank. You cannot control how many auto layouts are there. So that's why it's very flexible. You can create auto layout between 3 elements. Like you cannot control who will be in front of the queue. Today I might be facing the cashier. Tomorrow you might be facing. So just a left arrow, right arrow will help them move between different auto layout things. So this is how you can actually control the position of this stuff. And I can take it to the front and I can delete Google. Perfect. Now I'll select this one. I'll make it center aligned. So I have 3 things like this. So most of the stuff are done. What is left is this odd thing. But if you see, it's really polished, but it is not that polished because all these logo sizes, the sizes are not same. If I show you with my ruler tool, then you can see that something is bigger, something is smaller, like this. So we will take care of everything, by the way. With the ruler tool, you can see that things are bigger, smaller, different size. All the logos are placed differently, not center aligned. So these are all basic design principles which you should adhere to. If things are like this, then it's not a good UI to look at, right? So now what we will do is that we'll create this odd thing. So this is also pretty simple. I create a pen tool. An example of pen tool is also coming, by the way. I create a line like this. Sorry, the line was little angle. Line like this. Make it 1 pixel. Then I'll just write or. Then I'll have another line. Now this one, shift, this one, shift, this one. I'm 3 things selected. I will do Shift A. Auto layout between them. Center aligned. Now this is a gap between 3 objects. I can control. And I'll place it in the center. Like this. I can select or, and I can reduce the size to 14 pixels or maybe 16 pixels. Yes, like this. Now it is time to look into the finer details of it. So what we have so far is that we have individual auto layout frames. Frame 57 is an auto layout frame, which is represented with these vertical lines. Frame 61 is an auto layout frame. Frame 58 is an auto layout frame. Everything is an auto layout frame. But now what we will do is that we will create a final auto layout frame with these auto layout frames. So auto layout, and all of you may have observed, watched the film Inception. Inception and auto layout, they go hand in hand. Like you can have a dream, you can have a dream inside a dream, you can have another dream inside that dream, and you can have a master dream with all those dreams. So similarly, like these two folks are auto layout. Similarly, these two dreams can combine and create one dream. So I can select all of these things and I can do Shift A, another auto layout. Now with this auto layout, if you see what happened is that it's a vertical auto layout. I can change it to horizontal auto layout also. Horizontal auto layout will not make sense, right? Because these were horizontal auto layouts, but this is vertical auto layout. And all these vertical auto layouts, the basic fund is same. I can have them center aligned. I can have the gap between them. So from zero gap to whatever gap I want, it's like an elastic. I can control the gap between them. Now comes several questions in mind, which is that first question is that, can I change the gap of these two things? Because all of you may have studied about hierarchy in UX, right? Hierarchy is something where group of things try to create some kind of affinity because of their proximity to each other, so that they seem to, in Gestalt psychology, they seem to create groups. So set up your profile and continue your UML that, can we create auto layout after an auto layout? I mean, this particular frame is an auto layout frame, but inside they don't have auto layout relation. Like set up your profile and this is not having auto layout profile. So I can select set up your profile and this one Shift, I can do another auto layout. So what this will help is that I can control this gap differently from this entire group's gap. Now I can increase the group's gap to 44. And these three things, I can do one more auto layout and change this gap. So is this clear? It's Inception. Now you have one final auto layout with three auto layouts, one auto layout having a text and another auto layout, the second auto layout having between just this odd thing, this vector thing, third one having three auto layouts, right? If you want to add new element into this auto layout, yes. If you want to add one more thing, which is like continue with Google, Facebook, and then this is something like which we usually see that say let's create a totally different component, which is a let's get a sample disclaimer text. Yeah, something like this, for example, which is a very cliched disclaimer text. So imagine that this particular disclaimer text, remove auto layout will also do. Like we're adding, removing is also very important. Now we go to light or say regular, and we make it 12 pixels. Very small disclaimer text like this. Sometimes it's added like below. So I want to add it below this thing. I'll select this, Control X, select the master auto layout, Control V. Now this master padding will control the disclaimer text padding also. Clear? You can add a new element. You can reposition within an auto layout. Like this is a system of auto layout. I can move continue with Google to the top. this one, bottom, any order I want, I can control. I can use this group to come below, up, any position I want. Another level of flexibility. I can, even remove things, delete one element removed from auto layout. I can even, drag it outside. Dragging it outside is basically removing it, as you can see. How did you change the position? Cut, paste. Change the position, cut, paste. Okay, this is outside. Control X is cut, and I paste it here. I select the master frame and paste. And to change the position, select anything. Like this is a system inside a system, right? Inside this is another element of a system. I can select the element of the system and move it up or down. I can select this particular system and I can make it move up or down. The last part was that, can you add a thing inside the group, right? So if you see, this particular auto layout is created of one auto layout, two, three auto layouts. Now this particular system, I can select one of the auto layouts or one of the elements of the auto layout, and I can use up arrow, down arrow to move it up or down. And if you add this particular group, below this group, if you have to add it, you can add. If you want to add, you can simply drag it inside. See, you're seeing this blue highlight, right? Where you want to add, whether you want to add it to this system or what. If you place it here, this is part of this group. If you place it inside this, it is part of this group. If you place it in between, it is part of this group, like this, right? So even if we spend our entire day today on auto layout, that is worth. You will have 1,000 doubts on auto layout. I myself have struggled for auto layout for months. Auto layout is extremely not auto, it's like a very complicated layout. Because now we will go into more depth. Now, important thing starts now. If I now drag this thing, now the entire thing, this thing is not responsive. What do we mean by responsive is that depending on the size of the screen, this thing should expand or contract. So if I select this particular thing, and if you see the first condition, it is called horizontal resizing condition is hug. And if we make this condition as fill container, if you see this arrow, then what will happen is that it will try to fill this container. Now this auto layout frame is filling the container, but the children, they do not have a fill container condition. They have a condition called fixed. That means this button will be always 455 pixels. If I make this as fill container, then this will be filling the container. What is the container? This is the container, frame 63. If I take setups your profile and I make it fill container, then this will fill container. And if I make it center aligned, it will center align and fill the container. Now let us use this again and again. We'll select all, the condition is hug. I make it fill container. Now this becomes like this. I'll make it center aligned. Now this container is frame 61, but these vectors, vector 7, let's make it fill container. And this particular vector 8 also make it fill container. Now what will happen is that, like magic, this will start resizing. Now I will select continue with Apple, continue with Google, continue with Google, this thing, sorry, continue with Facebook, let's try it. So when we select this particular frame, this frame 64 has 3 auto layouts, this frame has hug condition. We will make it fill container. But that does not make the children also fill container. So I have to select individually Apple logo, this and this, and do fill container. Now what will happen is that all of them are having this responsive behavior. Only if you see Google, this particular button needs to have center alignment like this. So now everything will be responsive like this. Now this particular text, if I select and if I make it fill container, the text will also fill this parent container. And if you see, the text is resizing with it. So this is a place of struggle for most of the designers which I've seen. They keep on struggling and they struggle a lot actually for this. Okay, for this. Now, this particular frame is a golden frame because no matter what, I can fill this container like this. Now, there is one particular thing which I need to, share over here, which is this particular, this particular three icons. Whenever I'm filling container and all, their positions are changing like this. So, and also because of the fact that continue with Apple, continue with Google, continue with Facebook, these three things are of different sizes. So creating them of the same size is something that was a pending topic. So let us do that. So if you see this particular thing, this is Apple logo. I will take it outside. And then we have Google logo. I'll take it outside. And sorry, let's keep the parent ones inside. I will create a copy of it. I'll take it outside. I'll take it outside. And this is something which I'll take it outside, right? And these are the three logos that I have. Now, Apple logo, these three things, I will create auto layouts. So I'll take Apple logo, I will do Shift A. Now, this particular frame is going to be the size of my logo. And this particular logo with a height of 27 or whatever height I choose, I can decide to add constraint proportions and I can change the height to 24 pixels. So now Apple logo will proportionately scale to 24 pixels. And this is the fixed height of the logo, and the fixed width also, if I make it 24 pixels, no, fixed width I will not make 24 pixels. This particular frame, if you see, I'll make it fixed size of maybe 32 pixels by 32 pixels like this. And I'll make it at the, bring it at the center. So this particular logo, if you see, the height of the logo is 24 pixel and the frame inside which this logo is basically 32. Now I will select Google logo. This height I will make 24 pixels and I'll make it Shift A, put it in the center and make it fixed width and 32 pixel. Now what happened is that Apple logo and Google logo became the same size. Right? Now they are the same size, at least in terms of height. This is how the logos are defined. Now we go to Facebook logo. The height should be 24 pixels and make it Shift A, center aligned, fixed width. This should be 32 pixels, like this. Now, this is also of the same height. Wow. Now we have three logos which are having the same size. What I can do is that I can select these three things. See, I don't want to go into the topic of component immediately, but let us take it for this only now, because mixing too many things will create confusion. Now see, this was already an auto layout with some frames in it. What I'll do is that I'll select Control C this logo, and inside this frame I'll do Control V. Another logo will be added. I'll select the old logo and delete it. Now this particular logo I will move to the left like this. Now I will select Google logo, Control C, and this particular logo, this particular button, I'll do Control V and I'll move it to the left. I'll delete this one. Now see, the design will increase a lot in terms of the visual quality because the logo sizes are now consistent, right? That this is how you can make consistent size of these logos. Right. Okay. Now there is an important hack here. If you see, continue with Apple, continue with Google, continue with Facebook. These three things are basically different size text. So you can never control them. So logos will always jump. And what we are doing is that we are creating a padding of 29 pixels between them. Now I can make it 24 pixels padding for all three. But say I use some kind of, I can never make them same size. So what I will do is I'll select this continue with Apple, and instead of hug, what I'll do is that I'll do fixed width and I'll increase the text size to 250. Here also, I will use this continue with Google text. I'll make it fixed width. I'll make it 250. And here also, I will make this fixed width. Okay. I need 280 pixels at least. So basically all the text width should be 280. Irrespective, because the text is not going to change, right? So now if you see what happened is that all the three icons are center aligned also. And even if I am resizing this frame, they are always center aligned. This is a very important thing, folks. So now we are trying to understand how do we remove auto layout. So this is a minus sign next to auto layout. Once we click this, then this frame becomes just a grouped frame. I mean, stuffs are grouped inside, but not auto layout. I can right click and ungroup. What happens is that I see this one, but the individual auto layouts are there, still there. So I can select and I can again click on minus. This also becomes a grouped frame. I ungroup it. So now all individual frames are there. And if I make them small or big, things like this, they happen to be like this. Now I select everyone. I can again do Shift A. Now see the responsive character is lost. So I showed two things. How do you destroy an auto layout file? How do you, delete an auto layout thing, remove all those properties? And the second thing that someone asked, can we see the responsive design again? So responsive design, how you do is that the logic of responsive design is that these are different containers. So if you see this particular frame, I have deliberately kept it smaller so that you know that these all they are imagine that this is like a big box. Inside this box, this is one box, another box, three small boxes, and one box. Now this small box is a fixed width. That means if I change the width, no matter what this parent box is, because you must understand what is parent box and what is child box from this structure in the layer panel. That frame 68, let's call it parent for our understanding. Now this is parent box, and this particular thing is called child text. So this is called child text. Now this child text is very adamant. It's fixed. It's going to be 440 pixel. But my parent box is not 440 pixel. It is 350 pixel. So how can I make my child be, obedient, listen to my parent, adhere to my parent's width? I'll select the child. I will make it, instead of fixed, I will make it fill container. Now fill container basically makes this child forcefully follow the parent's width, because this parent is the container, right? Now if you see this particular small frame, and if I make it smaller, this is responsive, but let's break it so that we can see. Okay, now this is a frame, this is another text. Selecting both, creating auto layout, it is not responsive. So the concept is that this frame 68 is the box which has two elements. Now these two elements has to be made fill container, then it becomes responsive. Now this is responsive, see. Just select the children, make fill container. Yes. Like you have two stuff, frame 63 and next one. They are all individual frames. They are all individual frames. Like this is a text, this is frame 57. I select both of them, create auto layout. And when I create auto layout, I see that things are not responsive. That means this, because it is more confusing for anyone who is checking responsive. Please select the highest frame and make it smaller in size. Only then you will be able to see whether things are responsive or not. Now you select the first one, make it fill container, it is responsive. Select the second one, make it fill container, it is responsive. Right? Got it, Monica? So unless you make it smaller, you will never be able to find out whether it is responsive or not. So okay, yeah, I will tell you. So once you have these two, so let's just focus on this thing. Now this particular group of objects, select everything. That I selected everything and I do Shift A. So now everything is not responsive. So I make this box smaller just to check, when things start getting responsive one by one. So I select the smallest one, make it fill container. Select the next one, make it fill container. Select the next one, make it fill container. Do it one by one. Take it slow. Fill container. Even this box, fill container. So everything is now responsive. Right? Take it slow. Just make the parent box smaller to understand when things start getting responsive one by one. There is no reason it will not become responsive. Now, now even, trying to play around with it, selecting this and this, create Shift A, another auto layout, change the graph to, because when you see these auto layouts, let's go into UI details. 21 pixel gap is not a good padding, it's a weird number, make it 16. Then this particular gap is not a decent gap, 52, make it 48. Always use multiples of 8. So make it 48 or make it say 40 pixels. But then what happened is that as soon as I made those things, again it broke. My goodness, what is wrong with this? Again I have to select this, make it fill container. Inside group, fill container. Inside this thing, fill container. Now it is okay. So every time you change something inside an auto layout, this condition changes. Yeah, any changes does that. Any changes, it does not mean, when you add a new element, say I add Control-C, Control-V, new element, then it is not a problem. Then it is okay. Because it is getting at its property from this. But let's see, I add one more disclaimer text or maybe one more chunk like this. Let's make it an interface which does not exist. Let's add one more chunk like this. Now this chunk is also going to be auto layout. But then if I try to create a separate condition between these two, whenever I add an auto layout inside an auto layout, it breaks. Now I change this gap to say 32 pixels. Now I change it, again it broke. So this is the concept, Saloni. Any auto layout that happens inside an auto layout, you have to reset and do all these conditions again. And many times it happens that you have created a drop down, you have worked on a drop down, and suddenly you want to have a error statement, an error state. So an error state has the special content to say the describe the error state. Then again you have to add an auto layout inside an auto layout, and then it breaks. Something like this happens, like this. So now this entire thing is again responsive, like this. Now one more final detailing before we move on. Let's delete this last part. If you delete, no problem. Deleting does not break it. Then this last part, if you see, this text should have some padding. So this here, there is no control of padding. I will do Shift A. And as soon as I did Shift A, see carefully what happened. This thing went outside because it is hug. I made it fill container. It is inside, but the text inside is still outside. So I have to go and select the text and make it fill container. Now I have this super control that I can add the padding of this text, whatever I want. So this is another super control inside AutoLab, like this. And now it's also responsive. A good design is a responsive design. So when you get your maybe your project which you are getting from your job interview, and they have given some practical project, then this is called craft. So your file should talk about your craft. So your recruiter will, or your hiring manager will check the hygiene of this Figmas. Maybe they will give you a small assignment to create the same thing and see your concept on auto layout. And because auto layout is very important in today's industry. And this is kind of a Figma challenge, create an auto layout like this. So make and break this simple component to learn about auto layout, more. Okay, this gap also I can make it 24 pixels like this. Now both of them are similar, like this. Okay, then let's proceed further with the class. I can delete this because this looks much better to me. Since the class is confident with this, let us go into another important part of auto layout, which is space between. See this example, see this screen comes, then see when the CTS will come, they will appear like this. How is it possible to bring these kind of buttons, this particular part, if you see, how did the buttons came one after the other? Okay, so now another, like we have this space between this, fill container. Another complicated concept is the responsive auto layout, and then I make this into the mobile phone screen. So for that, two things are needed. One is this thing, the scroll bar at the bottom, and then the header. So this is kind of the phone's information bar. So here I have 941 and then the moon. So I will select these two things. I will create Shift A. But before that, folks, if you remember, icon consistency, one important point that one of your batchmates raised. So I will create some quick icon consistency. I will have all these, 4 icons like this. Then I will select this. So the question, if all of you understood, I forgot her name, that this is the bounding box is a sleeping rectangle. The bounding box is a standing rectangle. Now, how do you make consistent icon size like this? So I have to, fix on either the height and the width. So the height, let's make 16 pixel height. This particular thing is 17 pixels, so I'll make it 16 pixel height. This particular thing's width, let's make it 16 pixels. No, 16 pixel will be too big. Yeah, it's okay. Because now what I will do is that I will do Shift A and I will make it center aligned, a padding of maybe 4 pixels. So this particular frame is a square frame of 23 pixel, 24 pixel. I'll make it fixed height 24, 24. And usually an icon size is basically 16 by 16 is a good icon size. So I'll reduce the padding to 0 and 0. And this basically, if I select this and make it say 16, 16. So this is a tight icon like this. And I can add some padding of 2 pixel, 2 pixel, which will make my effective icon size as 20 pixels, 20 pixels like this. So 20 pixels icon size. Now I'll select this one. I'll make Shift A and I will make fixed width icon size as 20 pixels, 20 pixels like this. So if it is not fitting, then I have to make it smaller size. I'll make it not fill container like this. I'll make it say 20 pixels. Yeah. So this is my second icon size, but the important part is that everyone's bounding box is a square. Then the third one, Shift A, I'll make it fixed width, 20 pixels, 20 pixels, center align. Perfect. So these are the 3 icons that I have. Now I will slowly go into, so let's make this thing also Shift A, fixed width, 20 pixels, 20 pixels. Symbol to. Okay. Now I have 4 icons.
Just a quick info guys, if you want to make a career in UI UX design, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in UI UX design strategy. It is taught by IIT Guwahati professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
Padding, center line, perfect. Button is too bold, make it regular. Perfect button, right? Now, this particular button, I can use this button. Someone may have heard about the concept of icon button. So I can add Control C. I can add this button with an icon. I can use this button with a chevron also. If people know what is a chevron is basically helps you to discover drop downs and further actions. What I can, okay, it got imported inside only. Let me take it outside. This is 24 pixels. I'll make it 20 pixels. 20 pixels, same size as these icons, right? Okay, Control C, I can put it inside, Control V. Now these two I can make Shift A, and this particular button, how I want is, sorry, there will be too many concepts. Let's do one by one, otherwise it will be too complicated. Let's just imagine you don't have the icon also. Let's have button. And there you can see that this is a frame, right? So if I make this as a component, create component, what happens is that it becomes purple or violet, and it is called frame 77. Please notice the icon. This is like 4 diamonds together. Now if I create a copy of it, this becomes a child. Now what the child does is, this child is connected to this in terms of lot of properties. So this child icon is an empty diamond, but the parent is powerful. So it has 4 filled diamonds. This child, if I select the parent, and if I change this parent's color to green, the child also changes. If I change the parent's padding to 40 pixels, the child's padding also changes. If I change the parent's text from enter to maybe impact, this also changes. But then the child has also some privilege. If I select the child, change the color of the child, it's allowed. Change the text, subscribe, allowed. Maintaining auto layout. But respecting this 40 pixel padding, I can change this padding to 24 pixel. This is also allowed. What is not allowed is that, like, I can change the text font also. I can change. But why should I do? Because I am creating this master component. So someone asked about the concept of that same thing that you do in Sketch, how you create all those patterns and then you keep on copying. So this is called component in Figma. And how it helps me is that, like, now I'm not able to understand how many changes I did, right? So I will right click and I'll do it like reset all changes. So it is again matched to the parent. Now I want to change this button into an icon button. How do I do? I select this chevron, put the chevron inside. Okay, the child also has a chevron now. I change the padding to 24 pixels. Perfect button, icon button. Now I can use this icon button and I can use a copy of this button, and I can make Shift A, make say 16 pixels gap. This is another button that I have. So these two are important buttons and they all are guided by this. Now I want to change this icon to something else. I'll select this icon, place it over here. It will not allow. It will not let me change this icon, no matter how hard you try. So then what do? You change it in the parent. Changing in the parent is allowed, but you cannot change these things. So there are ways to change it. How is that? You basically select all these icons, you create multiple components, and then you have to rename them as icons slash moon. This is slash naming concept I am teaching. Icons slash signal. Icons slash Wi-Fi. Icons slash battery power. Icons slash chevron. Now what will happen is that this particular icon I will replace. Any icon you can replace. Now the beauty that happened is that this particular guy, this is an instance. You can see from the diamond. And if I select go to main component, this is a main component. That means this is an instance of this parent, and this is also an instance. So I can select this instance and I can swap it with any of the icons because I have used slash naming, icon slash chevron, moon, power, signal, Wi-Fi. I can change it to moon. I can change this to right click. I can change this to power. I can do anything I want. So the concept of this is, so the concept of these icons is really good. Tomorrow you want to scale your icon library. So I'll import one more icon like say, I don't know if it will have Airtel. Oh my God, it has Airtel also. Call. Add icons for call. Let's take this one only for now. Import icon. So the icon is imported. Please be mindful that the size of the icon should match the size of the icon for consistency. Otherwise, there is no problem. So we'll make pixel 16 pixel constraint. Shift A. Fixed 2020. I'll make it a component. Icons slash C. Till I rename it, swap instance, phone is not here, right? As soon as I name it, icons slash phone, a new member is added. Now I can select this. Phone is here. See, now I can change it. Okay. So this is a very, very important concept of using SVG icons and as components. Right. Okay. Now I can make, so basically now we will go into the other half of the thing, which is space between. So this is my text and I have, all of them are my master components. So I will add the moon and all these things like here. Now these two things I'll select Shift A. I'll make it 16 pixels. These three things I will do Shift A. I will do 16 pixels. No problem. Now these extreme true frames I will select. I will do Shift A. Now see this particular frame, this responsive thing is a different concept. That the gap between them is 254 pixels. Now let us create these three things as auto layout. So now my phone screen is slowly taking its shape. I will add a background color as fill color. I will add 24 pixels padding. I will add 16 pixels padding. My phone is taking shape like this. And I can make it smaller. Only thing is that I have to make it fill container. It will be responsive like this, So slowly my phone screen took shape without creating a frame, folks. Now, this particular thing, if you see, this will always maintain 285 pixels gap. Even if I make it this big, this will be center aligned. Let's make it fill container. It will be fill container, but the gap between them will be always 285 pixels. So you have to again maintain it like this. But there is a special condition in this overflow menu, where if you go, the spacing mode is packed. Instead, you make it space between. Then both of them take the extremes. Whatever space between is left. This is the super most responsive design. See, your phone is becoming tablet. So two types of spacing between objects. Absolute, you specify 100 pixels, 200 pixels, 500 pixels, or space between. Whatever space is left, it will come. Now, if I want to add one more icon, I can change these icons, like, I can move them left, right, or I can Control C, Control V, no problem. Because between these two extreme frames, the space between logic is added. I select one of the icon, and from here also I can change to phone. See, it's totally customizable. And this parent frame, I have added up padding of 24 pixels. It can be 32 pixels also, whatever you feel, and you can benchmark applications. In different applications will have different, depending on the design standards. It will be like this, something like this. Now this particular thing is at the center. If I click this thing, this particular thing, if you see, if I stretch it, I can make all these things space between. I can make it now, see, 210 pixels is the gap. Rather, I make it space between. So it will always fill the top. So that means it is space between from both the directions. See, super responsive. Understood? Now you may want that, okay, space between is okay, but let's select this and this, and I'll add an auto layout between them and make it 100 pixels. I mean, I want to make it down. I can want, like, this is my design, I want an illustration here. Now again, if you stretch, some problem happened, you have to make it fill container, again go inside, make fill container, then it will work like this, and then this space between condition will also be applied. And at any one time you think that, no, this is a stupid condition, you just subtract it, use ungroup, again it will be like, it will forget. So very flexible, make, break, make, whatever you want. All right then. So if space between is also understood, the button thing is also understood. Let us revise this. Yes, you can put an image also and make it responsive. Let us guess illustrations, and I will get this is a nice plugin. We will discuss about a lot of plugins in our plugin class, but let us take some cool plugin from here. Nice illustration, right? So I'll make it Control X and I'll put it in this frame like this. I'll make it fill container. Fill container. You can change color for illustration. This little bit of a hack. So now what I'll do is that I'll do Shift A. So now this is inside an auto layout. I'll add padding of 24 pixels or maybe even 54 pixels, maybe 150 pixels, like this. And this particular thing, I will do fill container. Something went wrong. Let's Yeah, it's because all this gap. I'll make it space between and everything will fall in place. Yeah, like this. So now as soon as you make this image bigger or smaller, the whole interface is responsive to it. If you see, blush, BLUSH. We'll check all plugins and June. You'll spend a day on plugins and community and other stuff. That is also a very, very productive tool. Right. So now you have, this particular whole experience, much, much richer than this one. And now what we will do is that, like all these things on the top, they are made out of components and everything. I can change the moon, I can change, all these icons and everything. But let us see that, these three icons which we created. Yes. So once you scale the thing to tablet size, then the image you can manually scale. Like it is a fixed image proportion. You can make it 450 pixels because the image doesn't know how much you want it to fill, right? It's a decision of the designer. Right. Okay. Now, let us try to see whether we can make these buttons as components. That will be a cool thing to learn, right? So because this is a thing which I'm sharing, which is also a practical constraint, that you created auto layout, you created design, then you realize that, my God, so many changes are coming, my client is mad. Let me I should have created components, because your client is saying that let's use square buttons, rounded buttons are off the trend now. Then what will you do? Your entire flow will crash, right? So let us create a situation, same situation like this. Now you have these particular buttons coming in multiple screens. So many screens it is coming. Like how do you control with one screen? So to do that, we have to create components. But then you'll be asking that I already created the auto layout. Can I create components now? Yes, you can create components at any time. So I will select all these three icons. I will create multiple components, and what we will do that is like company logo / Apple, company logo / Google, company logo / Facebook. Got it? So because if we do not make it like this, we cannot change the icon in individual buttons, right? So this is one button that we have to change, and this is another style of a button. And then we have, so this is a button without icon, this is a button with icon, and these are secondary buttons. I mean, let's create a copy of it like this, right? So we will use this Google logo, Control C, we'll place it inside here, we'll just delete it. And Apple one is okay, Apple one is on the black side. I think we don't need it. We just need two type of button. We'll select both, we'll create multiple components. So we'll write it as button / simple, and we'll write it as button with icon, with logo, let's write. Or let's just write CTA simple, CTA with logo. So now we have CTA with logo, CTA simple. So I select Control C, I'll go inside, I'll do Control V. Now this has become like continue with email has become one parent button. Now I'll do Control C, I'll go here inside this, I'll do Control V, Control V, Control V, and I'll delete this other ones. Delete. Now my screen, this particular screen is made up of components now. So the first one is Apple. I select it. I change this thing to Apple. Continue with Apple because editing of font is allowed, right, in components. Why do I create another button for Apple? And changing color is also allowed. Change it to black. Changing text color is also allowed. I change it to white like this. Continue with Google, continue with Facebook. Continue with Facebook like that. So now this gives me some control, these two things, that even if my button is placed at multiple places, like, it's not a right example, but imagine there are 5 screens. Now I select this CTA, the corner radius 38. If I make it 0, see, everywhere it becomes sharp edge. I select this CTA, I make it 0, everywhere it is sharp edge now. Now this particular padding that I have used, if someone says that reduce it, I can make it 16. See, all the screens it's becoming tighter. I can change this top padding from 16 to even broader, say 24 pixels, or I can make it narrower, say 12 pixels. So all the screens are responsive to it. Things are there in the second screen. You have this thing which you can get from Iconify like this. You have enter your email like this. 2 things. Then how do you create a box like this in auto layout? This also I will show. And okay, let us take a small text example like this. Okay. Now I will write, I'll make a copy of it. I will write email, and I will do Shift A, and I'll stage this thing. I will add a fill color like this. So it's very easily, and I can add paddings on the left and right separately. Padding like this, 16 pixel from the top, it is 16 pixels like this, and or maybe from the top 12 pixels like this. Add a corner radius of 16 pixels. So this will be exactly like how it was here. And then these 2 components, let me just, you can always create an icon thing like that, Shift A, and this one and this one, we'll make it, reduce it like this, and I'll increase the container size like this. Now I'll make everything left aligned, and I'll make this text as fill container. So what will happen is that it will always fill the container keeping this gap. Or what I could have done is I could have made it hug content and made it center aligned. But when I make it center aligned, then this thing is also maintaining a gap with this thing. So what I will do is that I will do space between. So when I add space between, this thing and this thing are going on the extreme 2 corners of the page. So how do I make sure that my text is always at the center and yet it is all space between? So I can add, I can add a similar thing on the right, and I can make the fill value or pass through value 0. So this way I'll have a similar padding on the right. If I do not have it, I can have, I can have it, say I can maintain a gap, say Shift A, and I can maintain a gap of 150 pixel, but it will be always very difficult to maintain that gap if you're getting it, because my frame can become this big or this big. So to keep it center aligned, I will always have, and ungroup it, I will always have 2 variants, 2 different parts of it. And the second one I can keep 0 padding, and then I will leave space between like this. So now this will be always keeping enter your mail at the center, right? So then we have this one, Shift A, this particular thing I will do fill container. These 2 I can select and make the gap as 24 pixels. And these 2 things I can, I don't need, I can reduce the gap as very less like this. So I have most of the stuff exactly like how it was here. And I already have the CTA. So I'll make a copy of this guy, and I will do Control X, and I can just paste it over here. No problem. I'll put it on the top. Illustrator I don't need, and I just need a CTA. So I'll delete all this stuff. Instead of space between, I will do packed, or rather let it be space between. I will create some gap, create an auto layout here and make it 100 pixels or maybe 50 pixels like this. Now, this particular thing, I will do fill container. The same things I'm doing, nothing different. Fill container like this, fill container, going inside and making it fill container. I will make it fill container like this. So interior mill is always at the center, no matter how much my size is. So it's not responsive yet. I'll click make it fill container. The top part also I'll make fill container. Only when you stretch your frame, you see what is happening. Done. I will add a CTA. I will click Control C and I'll put it over here like this. And these two things I will do Shift A and I'll reduce the gap something like this. Right. So this is a very typical screen where the gap of this from the top I can measure. It's 474 pixels. And here also I can measure from the top, it is 472 pixels. So I can increase 2 pixels, 221 pixels I can make. So it will be exactly the same size. Now I'll make it fill container. So it is a completely responsive screen. Not yet. Again, I have to check because I added something. Fill container. Yeah, now it is fully responsive. So this frame width is 524. I will make this frame width also 524. So exactly same screens, same area. I have this continue with email. Sorry, I'll have only continue like this. Now I will show a little bit of micro interaction, and this is where the concept someone was asking, that something is outside the frame, like clipping mask. How does it happen? So I create a copy of this thing, the second frame. Now, second frame, what happens is that this email thing, the design is little different. I have a stroke color. The stroke color is green and the fill color is not there. This is the only difference. And I have this keyboard. So this is just a keyboard which you copy from Google. I know, like this is. Just copy it like this. Copy and paste it. Like this. So I will do Control X, put it inside this frame. So here what happens is that this particular frame is auto layout. So anything I put inside, it will be auto layout only. See, that blue thing is trying to control it. So what I have to do here is that I have to select this frame. I have to delete the auto layout. Now I don't need the auto layout because I am creating a interaction. I am making an interactive prototype. I will ungroup it. Yeah, auto layout is deleted. Now I can plant this thing very easily here and I can move it around. It will not conflict, right? So I will do Control C, and this auto layout also I will delete. I will do Control V. But this keyboard is part of this frame, but I'll move this keyboard with my down arrow outside the frame. And you are able to see it because clip content is not on. If I do clip content, you will soon find that this keyboard is getting invisible because this keyboard is going below the frame's visible area. And only whatever is the frame size that is defined is visible. Rest of the stuff is invisible. So it is outside the frame now. Right. Now, if I select this one, let us see how some animations might work. So in the prototype, I will select continue with email. On clicking, I will go here. On tap, go to this frame, instant, or it can be dissolve, or it can be moving from the right. And while it is moving in, it can be ease in and out, or it can be gentle, right? Something like this. And on clicking on this text box, the keyboard will move from below. So on tap, navigate, smart animate, gentle. And while you are clicking back, you're going back to this frame. Click back again, you're going back to this frame. This is not smart animate, maybe this is just dissolve. Let's see how the prototype comes. Because I think this frame was generated through this. I'm not able to find a link to hide this phone mockup. Is remove device visible here? Yeah, over there only, right? Prototype settings. Under here, device, none. Yeah. Because usually we work on custom frames, and now this will be removed. Yes, now it is fit to screen. Okay, now when we click on continue with email, the next frame comes like this. We click on email, the keyboard moves from below to the top like this. I click on back, it again disappears. See how the color transition also happens. Very smooth, back, again comes back. Right. So this is a very simple interaction, this level of interaction. Right. So this is how something which is outside the frame will come inside the frame like this through auto animate. So basically I selected any button, then I can see a plus sign coming, right? So this button is called primary, but this particular button, we have to call it a different thing, which is I can go to, so basically if you see this button variant has two properties, primary and secondary. And it has two properties. One property is to disclaim, is to say whether a button is primary or secondary. And the other property is to say whether it's in the rest state or in the hover state. So this particular row is for primary buttons. This particular row is for secondary buttons. Now I can select this button, which is on the second row, and I don't see any secondary option. So I can do add new and I can just write secondary. So, and this one also, I have to write the same name. So I can copy it from here. I can name it secondary. But rest, I think this is rest and hover. So what happens is that if I select any one of these and I do Alt Shift and I bring it outside, I get this control here. I can change it from primary to secondary, from rest to hover like this. So this is the beauty of variants. Yes. So how the purple box appears in variants is that Like if you imagine that I have this rectangle, and this rectangle, let us make a component. Let us understand components and understand how things are made. So let us make a toggle box. So basically, imagine this is kind of a toggle. I add stroke, remove it, make the strokes to be like 4, and then I will use an ellipse like this. I'll make it a little smaller like this, right? So this is a typical toggle box, right? I can copy both and then reduce this size to match like this. Now I will change this fill color to yellow color. So this is a NeoBrotex toggle. Now these two things I can select and I can make it create component. Now this is a component, and this particular thing, let us make a copy of this thing. Now this becomes an instance. If I'm complicating you guys, let us not create a component. Let us create a copy of this guy like this. So basically it's two different designs I have. It's a typical toggle where the first one is gray. Basically the switch is off. As soon as I turn it on, it becomes yellow. So this is the component, basic component that I have. Now this is usually what happens when we select toggle, and even I can select this and I can make it gray color, which will even add some emphasis like this. So as soon as I add this color, let's make it like this. Yeah, it changes to this. Now I can select this guy, make it a component. I can select this guy, make it a component. Now what are these things called? These are called toggle. So I will write toggle / rest. And then this one I will make toggle / clicked. Or I can make it like toggle. This is inactive. I can write toggle / active. Right. So slash naming is very, very powerful in Figma. So as soon as we add / naming and we select similar components, first condition, both of them should be master component. And then you will have this combine as variants. Whenever you do combine as variants, this purple box appears. Now this purple box always comes with property. Here the property that comes is that active and inactive. There are two properties. So I can, double click on property and I can even write state. So the property name becomes like this. Now I click this guy, Shift Alt, bring it outside. Now I get this, active inactive thing, which I can choose. This is very, very powerful. And this becomes even more powerful when we add. So this is a very simple thing. Basically, you're doing the same animation connection, but inside the variant. Right. And this is where things get more interesting, because this subscribe button also, I can add and say while hovering change to this, and I'll make it instant only. This also while hovering change to this. So that means this particular screen that I was working on, option fit to screen. Okay, I have to replace it. So I have to take it outside and I have to bring it inside this guy. Now see this particular thing, rest of the stuff are all, screenshot, but nobody will know. Did you see this guy has become living now? So any question on this small tip on interactive variant? There are a few hands raised I can take. Abhishek, Rishabh, do you have questions, or if not, then you can put your hands down.
Yeah, I forgot to load.
Yeah. Yes, Rajiv has some question, I guess.
Yeah, Pratik, so you have created few components. So how do I reuse it for another project?
how you can reuse for another project.
Yes, because where it is getting saved, I mean, there must be some you are deattaching, right? Sometime. So it's similar
Yes.
detach. It's like similar to the sketch concept. So there might be kind of some library, right?
Yes,
Yes.
absolutely. So what happens is that, Rajiv, if you buy Figma, then you can publish your components from this guy, this team library thing. And you can publish Figma course, you can publish stuff like here. For example, if you see, this is Material 3 design system, and this is a design system which is a free design system. And this design system has lot of components, not this one, sorry. Yeah, not this one. Yeah, dialect design system. If you see, there are so many components, and this is an open design system. These are like all checkbox, all field and everything, and there are complex variants already created for it. So this is a design system which you may think that I want to reuse in my projects instead of creating again and again. So ideally what happens is that if this thing gets published, and publishing this thing, like if I select this component and if I go to asset, if you see in this page, I will see everything here. Like all I have to do is that I have to search for button. And as soon as I search for button, I can see all these buttons. I can just drag and drop a button. I can do shift 2. And here I can check all the type of buttons that I'm getting. If it is from a good variant, then basically, yeah, I think these are from good variants. So you can select here, you can see this is such a complex variant. I can choose the style, I can make borderless, round, or whatever. Color is primary, secondary, neutral, I can do it like this. So typically, when you are working in an organization, they are going to use paid Figma. And in paid Figma, they are going to publish their design system. So as a designer, when you are designing an interface, suppose you are creating a dialogue, you will be looking for buttons typically. So I will be having one button, second button, I will make it to secondary. Okay. Now I will look for dialogue. Okay, maybe sometimes people use different nomenclature. Let's go to components. What do they call dialogues? Let's see. They call it card maybe. Like imagine, because you will be having the same nomenclature in your organization also. You have, for example, toggle. Yes, this is the toggle section, right? So this is the toggle section from dialect. So if I see, if I select one of them, bring it outside, there are all these kind of things. You can have text, without text, status, no status, state is default, hover, disabled, all these things. If I cannot bring my toggle inside this variant,
Okay.
what I can maximum do is that within this variant, I can create more variants. Like what are the conditions of this variant? Text, status, state, right? But there is no variation for color as such, right? What if I want to create a variant for two colors, which is a monochromatic and one is like orange color or whatever? So I have to go to this particular thing, and then I have to add a property, and the property will be color. And inside this color, I have to name all these colorful things, or whatever were part of this color. I have to select everything, and I have to write, say yes to this color. So if you see, all I have to write in this property is the toggle is yes or no. So the property is toggle. Is it toggled? No, right? So you just write no. This is toggled. I'll just write yes. As soon as you write yes and no, this particular thing gets this toggle. It only works with yes and no. It's very strange to understand in the first place. Let us create one more example, right? Let us create an example of a text box. So let's write that your email here. We're creating a sign up experience. So pixels, regular, we'll do Shift A, we will add stroke, we make it a little bigger. And we have little bit of 16. And we have one more thing, which is email, Shift A, fill color, rounded corner. These two things, again Shift A, little bit of negative this thing. I'll change the order to first on top. And this particular guy, I will do a left padding of 32 pixels. Or not like this. I have to add one more auto layout. And here I will change it to 32 pixels or something like this. And this particular variant, I'll make it like this. And this guy, I'll make it 24 pixels. Right. So this is a very, like, you may have seen it a lot of times, kind of a thing. 24 pixels. I'll make it medium. And your email here, I'll make it 16. And I'll make it gray color. Not that gray, super gray. Your email here. Yes, now this looks good. Email looks a little bigger, pixels. Yeah, so this particular construct and this particular construct, the only difference would be it will not have a header, right? And then if I select these two and if I create component set, what happens is that it creates a component set. So first of all, we write the property of this component set. What is the property of this component set? This is like text box or input field. This is input field. Input field. And input field is the core property. So here the property is input field. I mean, this variant is about input field. But what are the core two differences for this? This is called a label. So here the property is label. Here the label is there, right? We can all see a label is there. So we just write yes, a label is there. Here I don't see a label, so no label. Now I drag and drop this guy, put it in the main page. This becomes with a toggle. Yes or no? Did you guys follow? Like I can have multiple auto layouts also. So 24 pixels, Control C, Control V. So, but all these components, how this thing will come, will be defined at design system level. So now you all can connect more to design system, that how many conditions a design system takes care of. So if you see this particular thing, a label with an input with a description, a label with an input and under different states, then it will have success message, it will have warning message. So at design system level, all these things will be defined. Yes, all component for not registered. So it will not be for not registered, it will be under different level of error that are happening. I mean, if like for example, Sonakshi, not registered is an information, it is not a critical error. So it will come as an info message, but if there is an error, it will come as red. If it is coming as successful, it will come as this. So for different stages, different components are created. That's why the design systems start looking a little scary when you have so many things inside. So if you go into this, checkbox experience. So this is a checkbox experience. If I pull this thing out, So now you all know how to create this checkbox, right? I have text with text, yes and no, two variants created. So it is not a good component because this particular thing is jumping, but it's okay. Then status is selected, unselected, indeterminate. Then we have hover, we have active, we have disabled. So, all these states are there, right? Parents, basically, they has the defined auto layout padding and all. To see that, you have to right click, you have to go to the main component, and these are the main component where this particular thing is defined, I guess. Yeah, see, this is the main component where you can change the site padding and all, and it will impact your entire system. So like this goes for button. Let us understand cards. Now for Google product, I don't know with what kind of product you guys will be working on, but these are three type of cards. So basically there is one card, two card, three card. The second type of card is called elevated card. The third one is called field card. That's it. Now for chips, this is the next level. So although it might seem boring that, why I'm showing you everything one by one, but to be master of variants, not only to create, but to consume variants, to be mindful about using all these different states in your design, I actually recommend the entire class to break down variants of known design system like Fluent or Material or Figma or Base. Try to see the highest level, unselected and selected. Okay, so this will help you to understand the hierarchy of thought that went into creating this thing. Then these two buttons, we will have label only, label and trailing, and it will have like this, it will have like this, it will have like this, it will have like this. So can you understand how much the designers had to think to create it? So your design may not have persona profile and text and cross. I mean, you may use chips in your entire design for a flow, like when we were seeing the flows in the first half, we were seeing it. You may use simple tags. I think with whom we were discussing. In the beginning, we were seeing some design, right? So the tags that she used did not have cross, right? But you may add cross also in your design system. So this maybe, but you may not use icons and this thing and cross. So your design system will be much simpler than this. But for Google, they have so many products, so many chips are coming at so many product surfaces. They have to create the most robust design system, right? Like this. And then all of this, if you see, this is the enable state, then have the hovered state, then you have the focused state, and then you have the drag state. You're getting it? Like this is an extensive activity, and that's why inside it looks like so many things happening. Because anyway, some designer has to create auto layout, has to define, rename all these things and create them as a variant. So that for other people, they can drag and drop any particular thing and they are all set. Whatever they want, they can do. So for this screen, if you see, so this is basically the strategy behind making all these things. Because if you keep on creating every single component, basically you're creating a design system on your own. Do you need to create a design system for every project? No. This is where the strategy part comes to Nakshi. So if you go to say this example, onboarding on script. So this is particularly the screen where we show the downloading from App Store experience. So you have this only one CTA. You can even create this CTA. You don't have to create this page also. Maybe only the top part you have to create. But then as you go inside, if you see this particular screen, what do you see? You see the carousel, 3 dots. You see a type of button without a boundary or a fill, which is called text button. So you need to create one. You have a filled button. You have an outline button. This is called primary. This is called secondary. You need one. Okay. So basically, you should have a checkbox like this, like which talks about this button, like primary, you need primary, you need secondary. You will have a low-fi flow, right? Before you start the high-fi Figma. So basically you create this ration list, primary, secondary, text, like this. You need 3 buttons, and this one you can make little bold, like this. And you can add all this, like you can have a small checkbox. Let's get it from dialect only. You can have this small checkbox. So you can say that, okay, I need primary, I need secondary, I need a text. But do you need all these things with icon? You don't need. So that means you don't need, like this, you can create a list of things that you need. Now let's go back. So imagine this is something which is coming out of your low fidelity prototype, where you have, invested very less before starting. Now here you need all these 3 sign up buttons. You can keep it ready. But the sign up with email and the skip, they are same component, by the way, folks. It is called ticks button, right? So you can use the same component. Now for this particular thing, you have checkbox with label, with description text. So you need this component. Sign in, this, they're same buttons. So you have to use the same button. Clear, folks? Now if we go further, sign up with email, we are in this page. Now this name, email, password, they are input field. But if you see for password, you have a description below, which is the condition of the password. You have an icon. But for email and naming, you don't have anything. That means you have to create 2 different types of component. One is for password, one is for this. But do you have an error state? Is it in your story? Then you have to create. So basically, let us create this for our, which is called our input field. Input field. Now here I am talking about the sign up experience. So in sign up, in input field, what do we need? In input field, we need basic. We may need one with password, with icon. Basic with icon. And then the last thing that we need is error state. Or let's add description. And the last thing that we need is the error, right? All these things. Now, do we need error in our story? Like you are giving imagine that you are giving a experience review for your job. Do you want to show the error state? First, you have to decide that. If not, why do you spend time creating that? Am I making sense? Am I making sense to everyone? So this particular thing is called strategy. If you do not have a design system, only create stuff which is required. If you do not require, you do not need that. So otherwise you will be unnecessarily preparing tags. Maybe tags will never appear in your scenario. So why do you create tags? So this particular thing, if you see, now I will show you guys a small plugin also, which will help you. This plugin is called Autoflow. Autoflow is something which we use quite frequently. If you used Autoflow plugin, so welcome to Autoflow. Select 2 objects. Yes, if you select these 2 objects, see, this is some kind of a condition which starts sign up experience. Then we create another condition, and this particular condition is that login with existing credential. Then we have make another copy of it. Sorry, this and this. So are you getting it? With Autoflow, first create the flow, because before you do the project, you will have the flow. You will have the low fidelity stuff, and create this kind of a matrix of stuff that you will need, and then work on the visual design of it. Create the buttons. So primary, secondary buttons can look in number of ways. No one has one size fits all for primary and secondary. You may have primary button which I created like this, secondary button like this. Sometimes your primary button may look like this, secondary may look like this. let's say, so you have to create a styling, but what I noticed, what I observed from the file which I was reviewing is, when I was reviewing this file, I realized that the components are not harmonized.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in UI UX design, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in UI UX design strategy. It is taught by IIT Guwahati professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
There are a lot of type of UI things happening here. So if we work separately outside of this phone frame, then we can define the visual language much better. Because I may try to leverage on similar components, having an icon with this thing, having like monochromatic icon with this thing. There are a lot of variations happening. So usually what happens is that if I am choosing to go into neo-brutalism style like this, I have to stick to it. I cannot deviate from it. If I am staying in a different style, like whatever, be it like the style of neomorphism or skeuomorphism or any other normal, whatever is in the trend right now, then I have to stick to it. And usually in interviews, this is something which people try to identify, whether you are able to stick to a single UI expression or not. And this is very, very important. Try to be as subtle and muted as possible. Get inspired from existing products. There will be no problem in the UI, at least. People will focus on your UX. Because making mistakes in UI is very common across interviews. Right. Okay, I have one question which someone asked. How did I make this thing come inside this thing? So this thing happened because of minus auto layout. So this is minus 16. So folks, I can make minus auto layout also. Okay, so this item, this new item, I'll make it shift A, fill this color. Now I'll do control X, and in this frame I'll put it control V, and I'll create an auto layout between them and bring it inside, either left or right, whatever. So in variant, master components sit inside that purple thing. So imagine that this is new item and I make another copy of it, which is a child. I have to make it detached and make it a master component. And let's make this yellow color a little bit of different, like this. Now I select both of them and combine them as variants. And the only property I can have is state, and this property is rest, and this is hover. And then I have a prototype, connected prototype, which says while hovering, go to this guy. And let's get a better yellow. Subtle change. So if you feel like, what is a master component here? So these two are child. So there is no master component yet. So if I have to change the padding here, 10, this thing changes. And if I have to change only with this property rest, it will change. So this is the master component for rest. This is the master component for hover. If I change this guy from rest to hover, then whatever change I do in hover will go here. So this is a very, very typical case where we may need to create a master component outside this. So basically, I will show that you create detach instance and create a master component. This is known as tag dash master. So then I create a child, another child, and this second child I change the color to say this. Now see, these two are instances. With the instances, I create component set. And I say that this is like tags, and the property is state. And this is rest, and this is hover. So what is the difference that happened is, The difference that happened is now this guy can pull strings inside. I can change this 10, both the sizes changes. And this is how, if you remember, Google and all those components, they create their master component. Now I can change this padding from here. So whatever, like Pradeep created a really nice component. I'll add a flow starting point from this stage. So here, if you see this new item, this is not the latest item. So I will do Control C and I'll replace this first. So I have replaced it with the new component, and the new component has a hover state. See, hover state. But as soon as I change this master components, this 4 to 8, now this becomes wider, which is across the rest and hover state, right? So that becomes a parent controller for it. Now, before going into how Spotify does, this is a page where, I want to add a scroll. So for that, this particular frame, I will make it, say the height is 700 or 800 pixels like this. And see, there is part of content in this frame, which is outside the frame, right? And this is a typical situation of scroll. So how we will add scroll here is that we'll select the master frame and clip content is added. We have to check. If clip content is not added, scroll will not work. And after that, we have to go to prototype and we have to do vertical scrolling on. Now, if I go to this thing, I can scroll this page. And imagine a situation where we have more rows. Keep on adding. The vertical scroll will be like this. And everything has a hover state also. Let us do a very, very typical exercise where we have partial vertical scrolling. The page does not scroll, but a section of the page scrolls. How does it, how do we do that? So we will say we will subtract it, ungroup it. Okay. And let's delete it. Network bar. Okay, the top navigation, right? If you want to keep it like that and scroll. So how do we do that? Yes, all these are valid questions. I'll just get these cards and get back to work. Just took it for reference so that I can use it in this design and just place it on the top and to show that part of the page scrolls. This is the problem, right? How do we solve it? So this particular, this is the header, and we have rediscover yourself, and we have this particular section. Now I go to the prototype, I check the flow. This page looks like this. Yeah, so this page looks like this, if you see. Now if I scroll, this entire page scrolls, right? But I don't want this thing to scroll. So first thing first, I have to stop the scroll at the page level. So I will have clip content, but I will stop the vertical scrolling, no scrolling. Now you see there is no scrolling happening. But for this particular section, if I want to scroll, then I will actually go to, I'll add clip content. I will make it smaller like this, maybe like this. And I will add vertical scrolling. Now what will happen is that this particular thing will be only under scroll, no other thing. But then I have a situation, I'm talking about all situations which happens every day, where while I'm on top of the box, it scrolls, but while I'm outside the box, the page scrolls. This can happen, right? But then this guy does not scroll. So the first thing we solved, the basic most thing, yes, the basic most thing is that we have a scroll at a page level. So we go to this frame, we add vertical scrolling. So this whole page scrolls, right? Like this. So now if you see, the page level has a scroll, but this also has a scroll. So this is how I'm controlling two scrolls, but it is getting little without control. So I'll stop this scroll. I will go here. I will stop this scroll. no problem. Now I will try to design the situations like this. So what I will do is that this particular thing, let us try to create an auto layout of this guy. Reader is yourself, and let's have one more thing. And add some random part. Now let us see this page without clip content. This is something like this. So I can stop this thing at this level. I can have a similar thing for this guy. Maybe how we can do it is that let us remove this auto layout. Let us remove this auto layout. Let us do it horizontally. So this guy and this guy are in auto layout. Now this particular, let me just bring it outside. I will do Control-C, Control-V. So I have one more section, Shift-A, and this is also under auto layout. Quite possible, right? So we are going back to our class where we have multiple auto layouts in a frame, and how do we control? So we go to rejuvenate yourself, and we paste it over here, back like this. I delete. I just change the order of few stuff so that it does not look same. Why this is not auto layout or what? Oh, the auto layout is broken. Got it. Ungroup, then recreate auto layout. No problem in that. So recreate auto layout, and then we'll put it in this frame, and we will do. Let us break this auto layout also. Sorry for little randomization. Something broke. So this particular thing with clip content till here, and with vertical scrolling enabled. Into prototype settings or what? This is the most mysterious area. Right. So here we have vertical scrolling on. And this particular frame 43 and these two are in auto layout with no scrolling. Now this particular second section, let us create a second section, Shift-A, we'll make it say 50 pixels, and we'll change this thing. And here also, because it's auto layout, I can make things move up and down, move left and right, so that things look little different. Maybe move this section like this. Maybe this entire section we can move down like this. Now, this particular thing, as you can see, this frame 48, I can again make clip content till here. And in prototype, I will add vertical scrolling. So what happens now is a very interesting thing happens, because my page is created of group of auto layouts. Each group of auto layout has an image section, and that image section, fit to screen. Oh, this thing is now outside the frame. We'll just put it inside. Yes. So now if you see, this particular section is having a scroll, rediscover yourself. But here, if I scroll down, this section also has a scroll. Now, is it clear to everyone? I mean, this is little. So at a page level, I have given scroll to only this part. The header is not included in it. Now we will touch upon the problem that someone, started, in a conversation wrote that I am scrolling, then adding a modal pop-up, but then when I close the modal pop-up, I'm again on the top of it. How do I control it? You remember someone asked. So here in this part, if I click this thing and if I close the clip content, I can see two sections are there. I can make more copies of it, right? I can make innumerous copies of it, rejuvenate, rediscover, and then mindful break, whatever. I mean, this is a holiday thing, some holiday mindful break, and then this is like away from everyday, write whatever content you want to write, away from everyday, purple, and this. Okay, now we have so many sections. As soon as I have the clip content on, then this is what starts happening. I can go again and again, and inside I can go. And let us get this same image and try to work with screenshots only. So what I'll do is that I will create 3 copies of this image. The first copy I will use for header. So I will crop this image till the header. You can be specific also, like this. Then the second image I will crop only for the right image. This is working with screenshots, folks. The third image I will copy only the left part, like this. Now what I will do is, suppose someone asked you to change only this part. So I will get this thing. I will add a fill color, add a little bit of padding, and the fill color will match the gumroad color, like this. Now, if I put it on top of this thing, people will not be able to understand that, something has changed. So now you can have this particular section little bit bigger also. Like, there can be sections beyond this thing. But how can you add sections beyond this thing without that screenshot, right? That might be a problem. So how we can do it is that we can make it 36, very compact. Continue with email. I can make it a little bit of new grotesque style, like this. Okay, there is a little bit of the cursor visible, so I'll increase the padding a little bit. I'll place it like this. Our padding is small, we just stretch this guy and cover it up like this. Now there can be a lot of other disclaimers and stuff like this. So I will make a copy of this guy, and maybe for the sake of simplicity, let us add a copy of this only. And I'll just I'll just truncate it like this. So there are 2 set of signups. Now these 2, imagine this particular thing is not a frame. So I will convert it into a frame and I'll paste this frame on top of this frame. So now this is one frame with another frame inside. And this particular guy is also not a frame. I'll make a frame selection. Now, since I can create auto layout between frames, I can select these 2 and do auto layout with 0 pixel. So this is like a continuous thing right now. And this guy is a screenshot. But Figma doesn't know it's a screenshot. And Figma knows it's a screenshot. This particular thing and this particular thing, I will do shifting. Now I will do flow starting point. Very simple. Whatever area you want to scroll, put it under a clip content and add vertical scrolling. Like this. Okay. Interaction pattern for this. Because whenever these are called pivot tabs, basically. So they are kind of your menu only. I mean, these are tabs which help you play around. So tabs basic pattern is that you click on tabs and the respective pages start. But drag happens when This is kind of a more gamification pattern where you basically try to make this level 1 drop into a container and something happens in the container, like as if you are cooking food, you're making pizza, so you have ingredients and you're dragging and dropping on top of the pizza. So that's a more gamification experience.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in UI UX design, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in UI UX design strategy. It is taught by IIT Guwahati professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job. Now let's continue with the session.
So let us begin by looking at UI UX design beginner interview questions. First, how do you define UX? UX design is something that your interviewer is already familiar with. They expect you to explain UX design in your own way. I wouldn't suggest answering this question with a textbook definition. You can use real life examples to begin with. Talk about how companies have started to focus more on customer experience, which has resulted in a rise in the reach of the company with positive customer feedback. Although, whatever you say, remember to mention that UX design makes websites and applications easy to use and enhances customer experience. Let's move on to the second question. What is your design process? Here, the interviewer is interested in knowing how your thought process works. They analyze your approach and understand why you use that particular approach. Mentioning aspects like research, which involves conducting user interviews, for instance, can be beneficial for you. As you go through your portfolio, explain the problems you were trying to address and your approach to solving them. Let's look at the third question. Describe a recent challenge you faced and how you overcame it. Approximately 80% of the interviewers ask candidates to tell them about a time when something went wrong. So you must be prepared to answer this question. The best way to answer this question is to demonstrate your ability to remain calm and logical in the face of a major challenge. Choose your examples carefully. You don't want to draw attention to a problem that occurred because you missed a deadline or made a design error. Impress the interviewer by talking about a problem that happened because of something outside your control rather than something you did wrong. Let's look at the fourth question. What is your favorite project and what made it interesting for you? Your favorite project may not be the best or most aesthetically pleasing or the best match for the needs of a potential employer. To impress the interviewer, choose a project that reflects the company's typical design aesthetic. Tell a story about your design and provide enough detail to convince the interviewer that you can handle difficult design challenges. Let's see the fifth question. How did you find your way into UI UX design? It goes without saying that you chose UX design because it excites you and inspires you. You must respond to this question honestly and enthusiastically. Your response should persuade the interviewer that you are a good UX designer who understands how to apply user experience design principles to every project. You can answer this question by focusing on characteristics that distinguish you as a UX designer, such as empathy. Make it clear to the interviewer that you excel at analyzing user needs and having empathy for people who use your designs. Next, problem solving abilities. UX design is about more than just design. It is also about assisting users in overcoming their greatest challenges. Your response should demonstrate that you have exceptional problem solving abilities. And for the sixth question, we have what kind of research methods do you use when starting a project? Don't try to impress the interviewer by mentioning complex research methods you've never used before. Be truthful about your current strategy. Tell the interviewer if you wish there was a better way to gather information. This demonstrates your critical thinking skills and commitment to continuous improvement. The key point is to let them know that you are aware of the research process. Tell them about the methods you use and you would like to use. Let us look at the seventh question. What distinguishes the role of a UI developer from a UX developer? There are numerous parallels between the roles of a UI and UX developer. UI developers are primarily concerned with creating interactive and navigational elements that assist users in navigating the product, whereas UX developers are concerned with improving the quality of a user's interaction with the product. UI refers to screens, buttons, toggles, icons, and other visual elements that you interact with when using a website, app, or any electronic device. UX refers to your entire interaction with a product, including how you feel about it. While UI can influence UX, the two are distinct, as are the roles that the designers play. Let's take a look at the eighth question. How do UI developers and front end developers differ from one another? A front end developer is in charge of creating a client side web interface. CSS, HTML, JavaScript, and other technologies are used to accomplish this. Front end developers work on entire pages and create a website out of these pages. It is their responsibility to ensure the website and all of its components work properly. And for the ninth question, explain the layout of HTML. The HTML layout defines how a web page will be organized. HTML5 elements are used to define various parts of a web page. These include header. Defines the header for a section. Nav. This defines a container for navigation links. Section. This defines a section in a document. Article. This defines a self-contained independent article. Aside. This defines stuff that is aside from the content, for example, sidebar. Footer. This defines the footer of a document. And for the 10th question, what is the importance of semantic elements? Some of the reasons semantic elements are important are as follows. The use of semantic element improves the readability of the code. When semantic elements are used, developers, search engines, and assistive technologies can better understand the content and context of a website. Semantic elements improve code consistency. Now let us look at the intermediate interview questions. The first one, how do you reduce the load time of a page? You can shorten the page load time by doing the following. Image compression, getting rid of unnecessary images, reduce lookups, reduce the number of redirects, and caching. The second question, what are some of the biggest challenges you faced as a UX designer? This is one of the most frequently asked UX designer interview questions. Always use examples when answering this question. Use something from your portfolio to demonstrate the difficulties you have encountered as a UX designer. Discuss a project that requires you to work on something difficult and how it helped you to develop a new skill. They're curious about how you solve problems. They also want you to know how you deal with stress. Discuss how you handle this situation. Third question, how do you select the features for your product? Begin by explaining why it is so critical to set business goals based on the needs of buyers and other key stakeholders. Then discuss why it's critical to adjust to these goals as users need change. After you've given some context, explain how you go about analyzing your user needs and ensuring that your UX design decisions are in line with them. Then describe how you consider companies' goals when making a design decision. Include an explanation of how you sample the target market, discover their goals, and solve their problems with your designs in your response. Fourth question, how do you learn from negative feedback? Negative feedback is unavoidable, especially in the professional world. So potential employers want to know that you can accept it gracefully and apply it to future projects. Inform the interviewer that you're welcome to constructive criticism and will use it to make better decisions. It is also a good idea to tell the interviewer that you'd rather get negative feedback from internal stakeholders than from end users because UX design is all about creating great user experiences. This strengthens your knowledge of the UX design field. Fifth question, how would you enhance our product's UX? This is an excellent opportunity to demonstrate that you have thoroughly researched the company and considered how you can add value. This demonstrates a genuine interest in the role, which can only benefit you. Spend some time before your interview exploring their website, and if they have one, or their mobile app, identify one or two things that you believe could be improved and devise a strategy for doing so. If nothing stands out, discuss how you might run general usability tests to see how the current design is performing. Remember to consider their target users and mention these personas while sharing your ideas. And for the sixth question, tell me about a time when you disagreed with your team's recommendation. What did you do? The most effective solutions are data driven. That is something you must remember. Tell the interviewer that you enjoy making recommendations or business decisions based on data and proven results. You could discuss a time when you disagreed with your team's recommendation due to user research. Your research had revealed that customers were not enthusiastic about the team's recommendation. Remember that rather than subjective opinions, disagreements should be resolved using objective data. Let us look at seventh question. Give us an example of a design that resolved a business issue. You could respond to this question by referring to your portfolio and telling them about a design you worked on that solved a major business issue. You could also use a real life example of a brand that benefited from better design. Make sure to cover all aspects of the design and explain the problem thoroughly before explaining how it helped. And for the eighth question, what websites or apps are your favorites and why? Mention your preferred apps and websites. Explain why you like them, what features make them appealing to customers, and do they inspire you? As an example, consider the following. Google. Google is a prime example of a well-designed functional UX. A single search field is a great customer-friendly feature. Netflix. A simple service that uses an algorithm to recommend content based on the user's viewing history. This aids in providing the user with a personalized and easily understandable interface. Duolingo. This app makes learning enjoyable. The entire interface is gamified, giving users the impression that they are playing a game rather than learning. And for the ninth question, how do you assess a product's user experience? You can take advantage of this opportunity to describe your ideal project. Discuss the product in detail, paying special attention to the UX design. Tell them who your target audience will be and how you plan to personalize this experience for them. This will show the interviewer that you have a clarity on what you want and that you have clear vision on your goals. Now let us look at some of the advanced interview questions of UI UX design. Let us start with what fundamental differences exist between creating for desktop and creating for mobile. You can talk about the following differences. Screen size. There is a clear distinction between desktop and mobile screen sizes. This has an impact on the layout design. Desktop apps can have fixed navigation bars, whereas mobile menus must rely on pull-out menus. Then, interaction. While desktop computers can fully utilize the cursor's interactivity, mobile apps do not. In mobile apps, users must use gestures such as swiping, shaking, or poking. Organizing content. In desktop apps, we can use the multi-column format, which provides far too many layout and positioning options. Scrolling is the only option for mobile apps. Desktops are preferred for longer, more involved tasks, whereas mobiles are preferred for shorter tasks. Second question, what are your go-to UX design tools? You can discuss the ones with whom you are most at ease. Here are a few examples. First, Figma. Figma improves collaboration and accessibility for UX designers. Then, InVision Studio. UX designers can use InVision Studio to quickly create functional prototypes and share them with the team. Then, Adobe XD. Adobe XD gives users a vector-based system for creating prototypes. Third question, what is your area of focus? Are you a UX designer, UX researcher, or a visual designer? This is one of the easiest UX interview questions you'll encounter during your job search. You may be tempted to claim expertise in all these areas, but that is the incorrect answer. Concentrate on your greatest strength to ensure that your passion is clear. As an added bonus, discussing only one area of focus makes it easier to demonstrate that you researched and understood the company's needs. Fourth question, what distinguishes UX design from other design disciplines? You don't need to go into great detail, but make sure to explain how UX design prioritizes usability. Graphic design, on the other hand, is concerned with visual appeal. It's exactly what the interviewer is looking for. The interviewer expects you to understand the purpose of UX design and how it fits with other types of design in an organization. Fifth question: how do you identify your user's needs? Because UX design is focused on creating user friendly experiences, you must first understand the needs of your target audience before making any design decisions. Make sure you explain your approach to user research, usability testing, and user persona development, which are very important in order to satisfy your users' needs. Sixth question: how do you know your UX design is successful? Do you use any KPIs or analytical tools to measure success? You can discuss various UI UX design tools and KPIs that you've used previously when conducting a UX evaluation. The following are some analytical tools you could discuss. Crazy Egg. Crazy Egg is one of the most basic heat map tools. Then, Good Data. It is a cloud based BI solution. It can combine multiple data sources to generate extremely useful reports. Then, Kissmetrics. It can be used to generate reports and funnels based on customer behavior. And some of the KPIs include task success rate, time on task, and user error rate. Let's move on to seventh question. What are some of the most significant trends in UX design, in your opinion? You can name a few popular trends that have impacted UX design in a positive way. The interviewer is asking this question to get an understanding of whether you keep up with the trends and if they impact your design as well. Some of the trends that have become very popular are personalization, designs led by AR and VR, visualized data, and animation. Eighth question: looking into the future, what do you think will be the next big thing in UX design? Employers want to see more than just that you have the necessary skills for the job. They also want to see that you're enthusiastic about your work and that you're constantly working to improve your UX skills. Don't get too caught up in making the most accurate future prediction. This is more about demonstrating that you're aware of what's going on around you and the direction in which the industry is moving. This is an excellent time to discuss any books or UX design blogs you're currently reading. This shows that you're always learning and keeping your finger on the pulse. And the last question: do you have a product concept that you would develop in the future? You can take advantage of this opportunity to describe your ideal project. Discuss the product in detail, paying special attention to the UX design. Tell them who your target audience will be and how you plan to personalize the experience for them. This will show the interviewer that you have a clarity on what you want to achieve and that you have clear vision on your goals.
Just a quick info, guys. If you want to make a career in UI UX design, then Intellipaat provides an advanced certification in UI UX design strategy. It is taught by IIT Guwahati professors and industry experts with more than 10 years of experience. This course is designed to upskill and land your dream job.